It's season 17 of the Prayze Factor Awards. Join us September 19th through the 22nd in Atlanta, Georgia. Be sure to mark your calendars. It's a full weekend of industry mixers, business symposiums, private pitch tank opportunities, and it's all in conjunction with season 17 of the Prayze Factor Awards. You don't want to miss the official meet and greet mixer, the media awards and support honors. Also, the official red carpet reception with media interviews from outlets throughout the US and from various other countries. Main stage performances will be featured on PGN-TV and WCAC-TV 33, giving them exposure to millions of viewers. And we're closing out the weekend with a virtual international showcase from the UK, brought to you by the Shaggy Shogs TV show, and a hybrid collaboration with artists in Brazil, brought to you by the Worship Matters show hosted by Ismael Ramos. For the full celebration weekend itinerary, information on tickets, showcases, vending opportunities, advertising packages, and so much more, visit www.praysefactorawards.com. We'll see you there.
Hey, and we're hoping to see you there. This is G-Wade from the G-Wade Podcast and Waveworks Studios, and welcome to Season 17 Prayze Factor Awards weekend. I'm telling you, there's a lineup of fun, entertainment, gospel, ministry, all kind of learning, entertainment, everything you can get powered up, filled in this weekend. I'm telling you, don't want to miss it. Get your tickets now at praysefactorawards.com. Now, listen, we got a lineup today for you for this industry business symposium. I'm excited because we got a lot of experts and people with wisdom in their fields, and they're going to really help to encourage you and inform you to move forward in your music career. And first up, from Sound Exchange, let's welcome to the platform, Tierra Guy.
Thanks, G-Wade. I'm excited to be here. I've had the pleasure of speaking during the symposium for the last couple of years, and I'm really hoping that you all can learn more about Sound Exchange today and hopefully kind of understand where we fit in this industry and this ecosystem and how we can help artists, collect their royalties for when they get streamed. So excited to share with you all today and teach you a little bit more about Sound Exchange. So I kind of wanted to kick off with a few quick facts about Sound Exchange. We do collect and distribute digital performance royalties on over 650,000 different creators, and that grows every single day as people register to collect with us. We cover over 3,200 different digital service providers. Sound Exchange administers what's called the compulsory license or a government license that allows a service to stream whatever they want as long as they're sending reports of what they're playing and royalties for what they're playing to Sound Exchange. So over 3,200 different services use that compulsory license. Sound Exchange has distributed more than $11 billion since our inception in 2003. Last year, we celebrated our 20-year anniversary, which was incredibly exciting. And again, kind of crossing that $11 billion threshold of, what we are sending out to creators. And again, that kind of compulsory license falls under Section 114, and that's the law that we were created under. And, the work that we do, we are the only performance rights organization designated in the United States to collect and distribute this particular type of royalty. So in order to kind of understand that, first, I'm just going to let you know that we have the lowest overall admin rate in the industry, the lowest domestic admin rate in the world. Sound Exchange is nonprofit. We pay over 90% of the royalties that we receive within 45 days of when we get them from the licensees. And, Sound Exchange has a database that maintains and matches over 160 million sound recordings, which is a lot of metadata to go through and match and make sure it gets to the right creators and rights owners. And so we're processing billions of data in order to make these transactions every single month. So as far as how to get paid when your music is played, I wanted to kind of break down copyright here. A lot of people tend to get confused about, when to register with Sound Exchange versus another PRO like BMI or ASCAP. So I'm going to kind of dive into copyright a little bit. So just so that we understand, there's two different copyrights that exist in every recorded song. There's the actual sound recording, which is the permanent fixation of sounds. And then there's the underlying music, or, the notes and the lyrics that make up that recording. So in this particular scenario, we like to use the example of Fast Car. Okay, so Tracy Chapman originally, wrote Fast Car and performed it. She was the creator of those notes and those lyrics for the musical composition. And then most recently, Luke Combs recorded a version that became very popular. So in this particular scenario, you're looking at Tracy Chapman. She is still, on the musical composition side for the notes and the lyrics. And Luke Combs would be on this particular version of the sound recording. So Luke Combs would register with Sound Exchange for the sound recording. He's the featured performer and perhaps owns the master to that sound recording. And then Tracy Chapman would be with either ASCAP, BMI, CSAC, or GMR as the songwriter or the publisher. Now, Tracy obviously also recorded this song, so she could also be registered with Sound Exchange for her particular version of the recording as the featured performer and as the owner of the master, that particular version of the recording. So in many cases, you have to choose between ASCAP, BMI, CSAC, or GMR in the United States and be with Sound Exchange. They're completely separate portions of royalties, but you have to make sure you're with both in order to cover those different revenue streams. So as far as what Sound Exchange actually covers, we only cover non-interactive digital streaming recordings. And so that covers cable, internet, and satellite radio. So satellite radio is like Sirius XM, internet radio is like Pandora, cable TV radio is like those music choice cable stations. But the most important thing is understanding that you can't be able to queue up exactly what you want to hear. It can't be interactive. You can't, choose the song you're listening to and be able to rewind and, repeat, or it has to be non-interactive and it can't be audio visual. So those are the major services that we cover, along with 3,200 different other services. And Sound Exchange is not covering interactive services like Spotify or Apple Music or YouTube or SoundCloud. So just important to understand, at least in the US, we're non-interactive streams versus interactive. So as far as how it's split up when the money comes through the door, 50% goes to the sound recording copyright owner, which is typically the record label, but obviously artists can also own their own recordings. But so 50% goes to the sound recording copyright owner. 45% goes directly to the featured performers on the recording. And that, even if it's a collaborative track, if it's a solo track or band, 45% goes to whoever makes up that featured artist or artists. And then 5% of every recording that comes through Sound Exchange is sent to the AFM and SAG-AFTRA Intellectual Property Fund. This is for non-featured performers, for session musicians or backup vocalists. And that's across the board, whether you've used them on the recording or not. And that is by law under the statute that we were created under. So AFM and SAG-AFTRA have a separate process for how they distribute those royalties once we send them. But if you are non-featured or background or session, you'll kind of register with them directly to be able to get your piece of that kind of 5%. So if you're an artist who also owns the recording, you're keeping 95% of everything that comes in the door. And I should also mention that royalties are retroactive for up to 3 years. So as far as how you get actually paid, how do you get set up with Sound Exchange if you have any royalties that have been, collected? So as I mentioned, Sound Exchange is nonprofit, which means it's free to register. You'll visit our website and there will be kind of a big button that says, register now. As far as what you'll need for registration, there's just a couple pieces of information we ask for. You will kind of create a profile letting us know, are you a performer? Are you a sound recording copyright owner, or both? That way we know what you'll need to be claiming recordings, under which profile or for both. We will ask for like a government issued photo ID so that we can confirm you are who you say you are for audit purposes. We can't have people kind of wandering off the street saying, oh yeah, I'm Michael Jackson, pay me. So just, certain precautions in place to make sure that you are who you say you are. But really think of registration as how to set up your payment place. We won't actually ask you to claim any recordings as part of the registration process. There are different ways for you to get paid through Sound Exchange. So not only will you let us know what profile you need, you're going to let us know if you release under any type of aliases or a part of any like groups or bands, and kind of what percentage you kind of have on that breakdown if you have to split with other people. And then how you want to be paid. So Sound Exchange has different payment delivery options, one of which is a physical check in the mail. The main thing with physical checks being that those are distributed quarterly. The quarterly distributions at Sound Exchange happen in March, June, September, and December. For every other payment delivery option, which includes direct deposit, international direct deposit, PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, and Zelle, those distributions happen monthly. As long as you're meeting our minimum threshold of $100. And then for Q4 or December, as long as you meet the $10 minimum threshold, then you'll receive a payment. We go through a certification process each month. We post your certified balance if you're receiving a distribution kind of mid-month, and then payments go out the last week of each month. If you haven't earned that kind of minimum threshold to receive a payment, you'll continue earning revenue until you hit that threshold, and then your payment will go out for the next eligible distribution. So we'll also ask you for tax information. This way we can reduce any tax withholding that has to happen. If we don't receive tax information, that's fine. It won't hold you up from getting paid. However, then Sound Exchange does have to withhold at a 30% rate if we don't have that information for you. So you can provide a W-9 or a W-8 BEN if you're from a foreign territory. We also have a built-in generator as part of the registration process, but we want to make it as easy as possible. You can obviously update your information at any time if you want to like just use the physical check option. So you can just kind of submit your address and complete the registration. You can update to direct deposit or one of those other methods at any point. And for direct deposit, we just require a voided check that matches your payment name or a signed letter from a bank confirming your account details. But yeah, we want to make it as easy as possible for you. If you're part of a band, you can choose for all the performers to register separately and claim their individual percentages. Or if you all have a company or like an LLC that you own together, you can register to be paid out together through that entity. We're still going to ask for performer information for the individuals who make up that band. But Sound Exchange has a strict policy that the artist, featured performer portion has to go directly to the performers, either as individuals or to companies that they wholly own. So yeah, these are just the things that you can come kind of prepared for. It shouldn't take more than 10 minutes if you have everything you need. But, we want to make that as easy as possible. If you have any questions while you're going through it, never hesitate to kind of reach out. There will also be, I'm sure a lot of you are probably have relationships with distributors, some of which will say that they can collect your Sound Exchange royalties and that you can opt into an agreement that includes Sound Exchange. Just be aware that those agreements with distributors can only cover the sound recording copyright owner side. They cannot claim your artist royalties through Sound Exchange. As I said, Sound Exchange won't pay third parties for the performer portion. It has to go directly to the performer or a company that they wholly own. So just please keep that in mind. So once you complete your registration, it will roll into the membership step in case you'd like to take that additional step. Registration covers US domestic royalty collection, but you can take the additional step to become a member, where if you sign our membership agreement, you can basically authorize Sound Exchange to collect international royalties on your behalf or neighboring rights. We have different offers with different partners that are constantly getting updated and coming through. You can participate in some of our creator-focused advocacy efforts, and membership is free. But again, the most important piece of membership is going to be that international mandate that you can grant Sound Exchange to collect in other territories on your behalf. Sound Exchange covers over 88% of available global collection markets. We have over 65 different agreements with other territories around the world. These are reciprocal agreements where we collect for that territory's artists, they collect for ours, and we swap the money. We have a full list available on our website of all the territories that we do cover, if it's on the performer side, the rights owner side, or both. So you're able to grant Sound Exchange either worldwide mandate to encompass all the agreements that we currently have in place, or you can completely customize your mandate with us. And you can choose only particular territories if you want. We don't lock you into any term agreements. We have the lowest overall admin rate, and again, one of the lowest international admin rates in the world. And we're the only collection management organization in the world that has a letter of direction process, which I'll cover in a moment. But we collect on behalf of over 474,000 different members in these other territories around the world, and we're always trying to negotiate additional agreements in other territories. But basically, Sound Exchange collects in all these different territories. If you grant that mandate to us, anything that has been collected for you, and then we distribute it along with your domestic royalties, and we provide line items on your statement that break down where that money is coming from, which territories, or through which collection management organizations that we have those business relationships with. And, Sound Exchange is advocating for creators worldwide. I'm going to talk about advocacy later on as well. But, Sound Exchange can collect any collectively licensed royalties that other countries have collected. There's a full list in that orange box of the types of rights and royalties that we're able to collect on. You do not have to be a U.S. citizen to take advantage of our international service, which is super important. But, American citizens do benefit from, the double tax treaties in place and different currency exchange situations. And so it's definitely worth looking into to see if this is the right choice for you. But as I mentioned, letters of direction, we're the only collection management organization that offers a formalized service around this. Letters of direction are used for a featured artist to allocate a portion of their performance royalties to a creative participant on a recording. So a creative participant is a producer, an engineer, a mixer. So basically, the featured artist can sign this letter of direction saying, Sound Exchange can pay that creative participant this percentage of this recording anytime we collect and distribute that particular recording. It can be applied retroactively or as of a certain date moving forward. If it's a collaborative track, that creative participant should make sure to get signatures from all the featured artists involved on that recording in order to get their full percentage on that recording. But you want to make sure you have the most up-to-date paperwork for our letters of direction. And then that creative participant, we create an account for them using that letter of direction, but they're not actually seen as a direct registrant because they're not a featured performer or rights owner, but they're able to get paid through these letters of direction. They're able to have their own online portal account, receive their own statements and things like that, but they can't actively claim recordings as a creative participant. They can only get recordings linked to their account for payment through these letters of direction. And the artist has to be registered with Sound Exchange in order for us to pay out on a letter of direction, which I'll also make sure to mention there. Okay, so once you're registered and set up, you've created your profiles, set up your payment place, Sound Exchange will send you a welcome email that will provide instructions to SX Direct, which is our online self-service portal that you can access at any time. This is where you're going to see all your account information and be able to update it. It's where you'll view payments and statements when they go out during our distributions. If you're receiving a payment, you'll be able to access a slew of our features that I'll kind of cover on this presentation. And you, as far as who has access to this account, when you do the registration, you'll provide us with kind of like a primary contact, which, is usually either the, performer, or they can authorize a primary contact on their behalf, typically a manager or business manager, lawyer, but there can only be one primary contact on an account, and then that primary can add multiple guests to the account. The main difference being a primary contact can edit payment information. Guests cannot edit payment information, but they can help submit recording claims and help manage catalog and things like that. But they basically are able to have their own login through that guest invitation. So they're not having to log in through someone else's account. So when you log in, you'll have a dashboard that kind of has your summary of, the payees that you represent. If it's, on the artist side, performer information, we'll have you kind of confirm that information. We require things like birthday and things like that in order to effectively claim royalties for you internationally. We require that type of information to differentiate performers who might have the same name and things like that. It'll let you know what your kind of membership status is. Are you United States only? Are you worldwide? Is it a more customized mandate? But you'll be able to view all that information there. This is where you'll edit information if you ever need to change it. All your payment information, things like that, can be updated directly through this portal. You can see how you can update, your payment method at any time and submit those details. And you're able to do that all through the portal, which is super convenient. But really, the most important feature that you'll probably use the most in our portal is called Search and Claim. And this is how you actually claim recordings that should be linked to your account for payment. So once you confirm information, you'll choose whether you're claiming as an artist or claiming as a rights owner based on the profiles you've created. If you are both an artist and a rights owner, you will have to do this process twice, so that you're claiming recordings as a performer and then claiming them as, if you own a percentage of the recording. So once you go through this tool, you'll have the ability to search our entire database of recordings that have either been reported to us as streamed or uploaded by a distributor or submitted by the sound recording copyright owner. As I mentioned at the top, we have, billions of lines of metadata that are reported to us, submitted to us. So you're able to search here by title, artist, ISRC code, album, to kind of narrow down your search. Once your search criteria comes back, you're able to click the recordings that you wish to claim, and let us know kind of what percentage you're claiming. And if you release under different aliases, kind of which alias this belongs to, so that we can kind of keep that organized, and you'll submit your claims to us. These are all, your search results will only contain recordings that are not currently linked to your account for payment. So if you see a recording that isn't popping up here, either it's already linked to your account for payment, or it hasn't been reported to us as streamed or submitted to us yet. So associated recordings will be able to see, the recordings that are already linked to your account for payment. And then obviously your statements are going to show you what's actually earning revenue and paying out. But this is where you'll look. Once the recording is linked to your associated recordings and you do the same search and claim, that recording should no longer show up. That being said, we do recommend using our search and claim tool at least on like a quarterly basis. The quality of the metadata that licensees send us is just not always perfect, okay? Metadata is one of the biggest issues in our industry for sure, but there can be misspellings or variations and things that happen that might not make that recording match to your account. when it comes in. So that's why we recommend doing this process, on a somewhat frequent basis, so that you're kind of catching anything that might be falling through the cracks. Like perhaps there's a missing piece of information or a misspelling of the artist name, but it's clear that it's your recording. So we ask that you just kind of use that search and claim tool, like, oh yeah, this looks like it's me, click claim, and make sure that we link that to your account for payment. Now, on the rights owner side, the only difference is, in addition to the percentage that you're claiming of that recording, we are also going to ask you for the date range in which you're recording. So if you're an artist on a particular recording and your performance is kind of laid down and cemented on that version, that's never going to change, right? You are the performer for that particular version of that sound recording. However, the actual sound recording and the master can be bought or sold or licensed. And so that's why we require that date range. You can do inception to perpetuity. You can do specific date ranges. So that's going to be the main difference in the search and claim process between artist and rights owner. And then as the rights owner, you also have the ability to submit metadata for recordings directly to SoundExchange. Performer-only profiles don't have that ability. So if you are a sound recording copyright owner, you can submit information directly to us. You're able to do this for just like 1 or 2 recordings at a time, or we have a bulk upload form that you can use, which is essentially like a massive spreadsheet that you'll use to submit the metadata for all the recordings that you own and to claim them in that process as well. And we require specific pieces of metadata in order to accept your submission of metadata. So, artist name, song title, ISRC code, UPC, those are, and label, those are like the required pieces of metadata that we need in order to accept your submission. And then those recordings also become available in search and claim for performers and rights owners to be able to claim as part of that process. SoundExchange also built an ISRC database that's available to the public on our website in case you ever need to search for recordings and their ISRC codes. And we kind of use these submissions to build that database because we realized there was no central place for people to search for ISRC codes. So we built one and made it available on our website. So you have this ability to do that if you're a sound recording copyright owner registered with SoundExchange. We also have an overlaps and disputes process because, as you can imagine, occasionally there are disagreements about ownership or performance, percentage breakdowns and claims. Right now, we're only able to offer this through the portal for rights owners, but we have an artist resolutions team that reaches out directly to deal with performer overlaps and disputes. It gets a little more complicated when you're dealing with like band members and things, but basically, we have a formalized process, and there's a tab in the SX Direct portal. This won't even appear if you don't have any recordings in overlap or dispute. But if you do, this will appear. You can drill down into the particular recording that might be an overlap or dispute. It'll show you where the issue is. Is it a percentage issue? Is it a date range issue? It'll show you who the other claimant is and what their claim is. And then if you are the existing claimant and this new claim comes forward, we will ask you to either relinquish your claim, maintain it as is, or edit it. You can edit that percentage of that date range to resolve the overlap. You have 90 days to respond. If you don't respond, you automatically relinquish. SoundExchange does send automated weekly emails reminding you if you have any recordings in overlap and dispute. If they maintain as is, it will bump over to the new claimant so that they can either relinquish, maintain, or edit to get this issue resolved. If they both maintain the overlap, it moves to the dispute stage. And that's when we'll place the recording on hold. We'll provide contact information to both claimants for each other that we have on file. And we ask you to work it out directly and let us know how it should pay out moving forward. It will remain on hold until they come to an agreement. So this process has allowed us to resolve numerous holds. It's been really an awesome tool for our rights owners to kind of work through just like these little issues that can happen. So it's been a really great feature to be able to offer in our portal. And we hope to keep kind of building on what we're able to offer through the portal. Finally, I just want to kind of cover advocacy. A lot of people don't know Sound Exchange is headquartered in Washington, D.C., for several reasons. One of which is Sound Exchange is actually part of the rate proceedings with the Copyright Royalty Board that helps set the rates that these services or licensees are required to pay out on the recordings that they play. Sound Exchange is constantly fighting for higher rates so that there's more money in the pockets of creators and rights owners. Most recently we got a 41% increase for satellite radio, which was really incredible. But like Sound Exchange is just always a part of these hearings and these rate proceedings and fighting for higher rates for creators across the board. We have a licensing enforcement department so that if there are these services that pop up that are using people's royalties and not paying, or using these people's recordings and not paying out the royalties that they're, required under this license, and we're, enforcing, sending cease and desist and following up for these payments, or in some case having to take action and litigation to get these royalties that are owed to the creators. And then, we fight for legislation. Sound Exchange is part of the Music First Coalition and a number of other things, but I wanted to talk about the biggest piece of legislation that we're supporting right now, which is called the American Music Fairness Act. For those who don't know, there's currently no performance right for AM/FM radio that you would listen to, in your car. If you hear Fast Car, by Luke Combs or Tracy Chapman in your car, guess what? They're not receiving anything for you listening to that song. Songwriters receive money, but artists do not, okay? On AM and FM radio. They're collecting through cable, internet, and satellite, like I said, through Sound Exchange. But when it comes to AM, FM, not even a penny. So if they didn't write the song, they're not collecting. And Sound Exchange believes this is fundamentally unfair. Services are using these creators, work and performance to benefit and run their business, and not having to pay these performers. And so we are fighting for this legislation to establish a performance right in the United States of America. We're only one of 4 countries in the entire world that doesn't have this performance right. And it is just, it's not fair. And the argument is, it gives them promotional value, and, that is just a very outdated argument. And so we're fighting for that legislation, trying to get it across the line. In the meantime, there's something called national treatment, where certain territories, regardless of a performer's citizenship, will pay out whatever they've collected. But basically what that means is, because America doesn't have this AM/FM performance right, other countries will not give us what they've collected through AM/FM radio for American artists, because there isn't a reciprocal right. And so we've estimated over $300 million that American performers have lost out on because we don't have this performance right in our country. So we're losing, money for our performers here without this right. There are some countries who will grant this national treatment, which means regardless of citizenship, if they've collected it for a performer, they will pay out to that performer what they've collected. But this is just a huge problem for our country that Sound Exchange is fighting, along with numerous other organizations, to help kind of get across the line. We bring artists to the Hill to testify. We recently had a hearing with Randy Travis. We brought artists the last 2 weeks to take meetings with different Congress people on the Hill. And so advocacy is a huge piece of what Sound Exchange does, and fighting for fair rights across the board for the creators that we represent. Obviously, AI is also a huge topic of discussion. Obviously, as our world is rapidly changing, and Sound Exchange is a part of the Human Artistry campaign on this. We believe that AI can be something very beneficial to our world, to our industry, but it's important that those 3 C's are established: consent, credit, and compensation, because right now it's just the wild, wild west. And we need to set guardrails around AI, how it's used, and getting those 3 C's in place in order to kind of control, how, people's work can be used, and getting compensated for it. So With that, this QR code will link to a really helpful resource guide that kind of covers different pieces of information I've just covered with you all. It has information for me and my team if you ever need to reach us with any questions. There are super helpful tutorial videos on our Sound Exchange YouTube that will give you an actual demo of the search and claim process and using the SX Direct portal and things like that are incredibly useful. There's information about advocacy if you're passionate about it and want to get involved. There is information about our Creator Hub and the ways that we partner and collaborate with creators on different franchises and campaigns. But, you know, that is basically Sound Exchange in a little nutshell. And I don't know if we have questions or, okay. But hopefully you found this useful or learned something about Sound Exchange today. And again, with that QR code, if you ever have any questions, please don't hesitate to reach out. My email address is tiarap@soundexchange.com. Please don't hesitate to reach out. Always happy to help and assist with anything you need. If you've been registered with Sound Exchange for a while and maybe haven't gotten any payments, I would just encourage that you make sure to check that search and claim tool and the associated recordings and making sure your full catalog has been submitted either by you or your label or and that you've claimed it and that it's linked to your account for payment. But just keeping in mind that it's only non-interactive digital streaming recordings. And so, you know, those are very specific services in case you think like, oh, but I've gotten a ton of streaming on an interactive platform, which Sound Exchange doesn't cover. So, yeah, if there's anything I can do to help moving forward, please let me know. But I hope you found it helpful. And yeah, thank you so much for having me.
Hi, what's good, good people? My name is Jamel Williams. I am the founder of J.R. Williams Ministry, also the creator of Jamel Williams Music. Listen, y'all, it's fall season, and I want to keep you warm, so I want you to have this No Greater Love hoodie. I have hoodies, I have t-shirts, I have bracelets, I have beanies, and I got some music. I want you to go ahead and check it out. Get in the groove. So my inspiration and my motivation behind Jamel Williams Music is that I just love to encourage people in the best way I know how is through song, and now it's through apparel. Hey, I want you guys to stay in touch with me, and I want you to connect with me. So go to JamelWilliamsMusic.com. You can follow me on all social media platforms. You be blessed. And I hope to hear from you real soon.
Several years ago, I was on my farm tractor on Alabama Highway 77. I was a setting duck run over by a log truck. Should have killed me, but it did not. But I was injured and had considerable damage to my tractor. And the old saying, there are angels among us. Angels looked over me, good Lord did. But I couldn't take on the insurance company without help. And the man I called to help me was Trip Walton, someone I've known all his life. And he did help me tremendously. And I appreciate it too.
Do you have merchandise that you are looking to sell? Are you an author, a singer, musician, a designer? Or do you have jewelry that you would like to get in front of a collective audience? If so, Season 17 of the Prayze Factor Awards has advertising and vending opportunities just for you. Whether you want to set up in person during the awards weekend, or you need a virtual vending spot, contact us today to secure your advertising or vending opportunity. We have very reasonable advertising packages. You can get an ad in the souvenir book, or get a vending booth for the entire weekend. Each opportunity will get your merchandise and your brand before the masses. So head on over to PrayzeFactorAwards.com, click on the Get Involved menu tab, and be sure to sign up today.
Hi, I'm April Ross. Along with my husband, Corey Ross, we are the new owners of WCAC, formerly TV33, formerly WJCN. We are BTV, your local TV station. We're going to be bringing you news, a morning show, sports, weather. We are going to be your local TV station that you've been wanting. So please join us on this journey. If you have any ideas you want to share with us, email us at info@btvnetwork.com. And I look forward for you taking this journey along with BTV WCAC.
Can't take the pain. I see the sunlight now, but I still feel the rain. Somebody help me. Time keeps moving, but I still feel the same. Yo, help me. I can feel that you're calling, but I don't know my name. When are things gonna change? 'Cause I can't take the pain. Help me. I see the sunlight now, but I still feel the rain. Somebody help me. Time keeps moving, but I still feel the same. Yo, help me. I can feel that you're calling, but I don't know my name. When are things gonna change? 'Cause I can't take the pain.
Trying to fit in all the wrong places, putting on too many faces. My emotions keep on going round and round. Relying on the bottle to keep me sane. Throwing in the towel, I'm the one to blame. Will I be okay and make it to the end of the day?
Putting on a show.
On the stage, I'm alive, acting as everything's okay.
I can't keep it on myself.
And taking a bow at the end of the day.
I can't take the pain.
Can't take it.
I see the sunlight now, but I still feel the rain.
I feel it.
Time keeps moving, but I still feel the same.
Oh,
I can feel that you're calling, but I don't know my name.
my name.
When are things gonna change? 'Cause I
Change.
can't take the pain.
Somebody save me.
I see the sunlight now, but I still feel the rain.
Somebody save me.
Time keeps moving, but I still feel the same.
I feel it.
Feel that you're calling, but I don't know my name.
My name.
When are things gonna change?
Because I can't take the pain. No lights, camera, action. I'm getting tired of the acting. Time to start subtracting. I wanna be real. Weeping may endure for only a night, but joy comes in the morning. Yeah,
On a show.
on the stage I'm live, acting as everything's okay.
I can't keep it on myself.
And taking a bow at the end of the day. The show can't go on. I'm done with the scripting. Exit stage left. I'm closing my curtains. Living my life. I'm no longer acting. No longer in shadow. It's time to break free now. 'Cause I know
Can't take the pain.
there'll be brighter days.
I see the sunlight now, but I still feel the rain.
Yes.
Time keeps moving, but I still feel the same. I can feel that you're calling, but I don't know my name.
I hear you call
When are
my
things gonna
name.
change?
Yeah.
I can't take the pain.
I know that
I see the sunlight now, but I still feel the rain.
Weeping may endure,
Time keeps moving, but I still feel the same.
but joy
I can feel that you're calling, but I don't know my
comes in the
name.
morning.
When are things gonna change? 'Cause I can't take the pain. Can't take
Hey, what's up, y'all? It's your man G Wade from the G Wade Podcast and Wade Work Studios. And I once again want to welcome you all to the Season 17 Prayze Factor Awards, the Industry Business Symposium. Before we move any further, I just want to give a big shout out and a big thank you to Tierra Guy from Sound Exchange. She gave some great information, a wealth of knowledge. And if you want more information, be sure to go over to the website of Sound Exchange and check out the videos and the Q&As and get all the information you need to know. But without further ado, I'm excited to welcome to this platform right now from the Mechanical Licensing Initiative, Syrona Elton.
Hi there. Hello. I'm so happy to be here with all of you. Hello, hello, hello. Actually, it's the Mechanical Licensing Collective, or the MLC for short, because that is a mouthful. So it is my pleasure, my honor to be here with you. My name is Syrona Elton. I'm the head of educational partnerships at the Mechanical Licensing Collective, and I have quite an informative presentation for you. So we're going to jump right into it because I want to make sure to keep us on schedule. So let me go ahead here and share my screen. Stand by. Okay. Let's get this going here. All right. It's taking just a second. And there we go. This should be coming up any second. All right. It looks like we are good. I will have our host tell me if we're not. So what I'm going to cover in this presentation, the MLC's purpose, it's a little bit copyright basics just to help you understand what mechanical licensing is all about, mechanical licenses and how people get one, how the Music Modernization Act changed mechanical licensing, some terminology and some information about who is responsible for what. We're going to talk very briefly about something called the digital royalties landscape and where the MLC fits into that landscape. Who should become a member of the MLC and how to become a member. We'll talk a little bit about mechanical royalties and learn a little bit about how those rates are determined. And then we're going to end on something called historical unmatched royalties. So we've got a lot to cover. Let's jump right in. So the MLC's purpose, at the heart of it, we exist in order to collect and pay out a certain kind of money. And that kind of money is called a mechanical royalty, right? Mechanical royalties is a type of music royalties, in the music industry. We collect this money from certain types of digital services, and we pay this money out to certain types of rights holders, okay? So let's go a little deeper and say, well, which digital services do you collect from and which rights holders do you pay? So we collect from digital music services in the United States that are making sound recordings, audio only, okay, no video here in terms of what we're involved in, audio only sound recordings available as interactive streams and different kinds of downloads. We're going to define all those terms in just a few minutes. So this is just a preview. So digital services that make sound recordings of music available as interactive streams and downloads, we collect that money and then we pay that money out to musical works rights holders. In other words, the rights holders of the song. And these are typically music publishers, publishing administrators, and something we call self-administered songwriters. We call them that because they are acting as their own music publisher. And we pay mechanical rights organizations that are based outside of the United States. Those get broadly referred to as collective management organizations, or CMOs for short. So this is just a preview. We are going to explain all of this in a ton of detail as we keep going through the presentation. It's important to note that here in the US, we are the only organization officially designated by the US Copyright Office to collect this very particular type of royalties and pay it out. So for the most part, all this money is flowing through us. Not all of it. There's some exceptions under the law that are allowed, but the majority of this money is flowing through us. So let's dive in. Before you can really talk a lot about mechanical licensing, you need to understand some things about copyright and some terminology, okay? So just to make sure everybody's on the same page, on the one hand, I want to make sure we all understand what's meant when we say a song or a musical composition. The copyright law calls these musical works. That's the terminology in the copyright law. So you hear us use that terminology a lot. Musical works. These are created by songwriters or composers and lyricists, typically handled by music publishers, right? This is like the publishing side of the business. And when we talk about a musical work, we're talking about the melody, rhythm, harmony, lyrics, if there are any, that you could express in a system of musical notation if you wanted to. In other words, you could put a song or a musical work onto sheet music and hand that to some musicians and ask them to play it, right? That thing that you're handing them, that is a representation of the musical work. So there's a really famous one that I like to use as an example. Maybe you've heard of it. It is a song called Yesterday, written by John Lennon and Paul McCartney. Okay, keep that example in mind. We're going to come back to that in a second. So on the one side, you've got these songs or compositions, what the copyright law calls musical works. And then on the other side, you have a recording. And in this case, we're talking about a sound recording, all right? So in the music industry, these are made by recording artists, usually with the help of producers, typically distributed by record companies, right? This is the record business side of things. And here we're talking about the recording of sound, right? Not every sound recording is of a musical work. For example, an audiobook is a sound recording. Nature sounds, ocean waves being recorded, those are sound recordings. But in the music industry, we're talking about a sound recording that is of a musical work, right? So it's also worth noting briefly that when we talk about video is yet a third kind of work protected by the copyright law called an audio-visual work. And so this is part of what makes the music industry so complicated. If you're watching a music video, let's say on a digital platform, you're watching a music video, you're interacting with 3 different copyrights at the exact same time. You're interacting with the audio-visual work and the sound recording and the musical work all at the same time. And as a consumer, you don't need to know that, but as a music business insider, which you are, you do need to know that, because once you start analyzing rights and royalties, you need to pull those 3 different works apart and analyze them separately. So building on that example, right, that song Yesterday by John Lennon and Paul McCartney, that was first performed and recorded by the Beatles. But then numerous other recording artists also made a recording of that. We say they recorded a cover record. So Aretha Franklin, for example, made a recording of Yesterday, and so did Frank Sinatra and Elvis Presley, and thousands of other people have also made sound recordings, all of that one musical work. And so you can start to get a sense that, you could have one musical work and many related sound recordings, each by different artists, of that one musical work. And so mechanical licensing lives at that intersection of a musical work and a sound recording. Where those two connect, that's really where mechanical licensing lives. All right, let's keep going. I also want to cover off a little bit of a basic review for you from a copyright perspective and some terminology, okay, to help you also understand where does mechanical licensing fall in the scheme of things. So if you are the owner of a musical work copyright, okay, you're the owner of that song Yesterday, the copyright law grants you 5 exclusive rights. That's what it means to own the copyright. It means that you have a set of exclusive rights. And generally then when that musical work is going to be used some way, and then made, available to people, that's how we all enjoy music, typically some kind of a license is involved. In other words, some kind of permission has to be obtained from the copyright owner. So those exclusive rights are the right to control when the work is reproduced, distributed, publicly performed, publicly displayed, and any derivative works are created. A derivative work would be a new copyrightable work that incorporates some part of an existing work, okay? So we're not gonna go too deep into this because we don't have that long, but what I could do, and I do sometimes, I'm actually also a music industry professor, is with my students, we talk about, what are all the different ways you enjoy music, and can we connect those ways back to those rights under the copyright? And you can. So if I'm talking about, for example, sheet music, right? If you're buying like a songbook or, a printout or downloading a PDF of sheet music, then what's happening there is that musical work, that composition is being reproduced and distributed as sheet music, right? If you have a CD or a vinyl record, or you're listening to an interactive stream or a download, those are all examples where that song, that composition has been reproduced and distributed. Okay, so CDs and vinyl records, you know what those are. Let me tell you now what an interactive stream is. Let's take a terminology time out, shall we? And define that. So an interactive stream, that word comes from the copyright law, interactive stream. And what you might have used, your terminology, you might have said an on-demand stream. Right. So what that means is that you could go onto, your favorite service, whatever that is, Spotify, Apple Music, Amazon, whatever, and you could go and find your favorite song and you could press play. Right? You're in charge of what you're listening to. That's what makes it interactive. You're in control. And so, we often use the words just on demand, but the copyright law calls those interactive streams. The reason we make a point of that is that there's actually something else called a non-interactive stream. Maybe you didn't know that until right now. There's two different kinds of streams, and the law treats them differently. There's an interactive stream, also known as an on-demand stream. And then there's something called a non-interactive stream. And that's like digital radio, for example, on a service or a platform where you could go pick the station or the channel or even maybe the playlist, but you can't pick the exact recording you're going to listen to, right? You're not in full control. And so those kind of streaming services are called non-interactive services. And the way music licensing and royalties works is different for an interactive streaming service than for a non-interactive streaming service. So an interactive stream is considered to involve a reproduction and distribution of the musical work. Okay. And downloads, you know what downloads are, those are also considered a reproduction and distribution of a musical work. And so when we use the term mechanical licensing, okay, mechanical licensing, mechanical royalties, we are talking about when a song is turned into a sound recording, right? Somebody makes a sound recording of that song, and then that sound recording of that song is made available as CD or vinyl record or any physical kind of record, an interactive stream or a download. That's what we mean when we talk about mechanicals. And the MLC particularly is only involved in some kinds of mechanical licensing and royalties, but not all. We are only involved in mechanical licensing and royalties for the digital uses, that interactive stream and downloads. The MLC is not involved in mechanical licensing or royalties for CDs or vinyl or any kind of physical record, okay? So this just helps kind of place it in context for you. We won't spend much more time on the rest of this, but just to give you some flavors, right? Some examples of public performance of a song, a live performance, obviously at a concert, when it's played on FM radio, or that's called terrestrial radio. And guess what? An interactive stream, that on-demand stream we just talked about, that is a reproduction and a distribution, it is also considered to be a public performance. It involves all three rights. And you're going to see in a minute why it actually generates several different kinds of royalties because all these different rights are involved. A non-interactive stream, that digital radio example, that is a public performance. It's just not also reproduction distribution. It's only a performance. Example, a public display for a song, that's a little challenging, but just an example would be, let's say somebody put the lyrics of a song up on a billboard off the side of the road for some reason, right? That would be an example of a display, public display. And there's lots of examples in the music industry of preparing a derivative that incorporates part of a musical work. So all kinds of synchronization licensing, when you're using music in film, video, anything like that, that's an example of derivative use. When you use it as a sample or interpolation, if you make a remix, if you make an arrangement or a translation, those are all examples of a derivative use. So that could be a whole nother lesson one day, but just wanted to kind of put where mechanicals lives in this overall landscape. So a couple more things. Let's dive a little deeper now into mechanical specifically, right? What are some examples, just to get a little more granular, about uses of musical works that require a mechanical license and generate mechanical royalties? So what we have are, the copyright law calls these phono records and digital phono record deliveries. That is just awful terminology that nobody ever walks around saying. So I've got examples using like normal life things you would recognize. So those CDs and vinyl and, tape, if you're doing tape, whatever format you're doing it in, if it's physical, those are called phono records under the law, and those all require a mechanical license and generate a mechanical royalty. Digital downloads, permanent downloads, right? I'm about to tell you that there's two types of downloads. In a permanent download, you buy it, it's yours forever, right? You can move it around from device to device. Those also require a mechanical license, generate a mechanical royalty. And then moving forward into the more modern day, the way people are consuming music, we have interactive streams. We talked about those, right? Those are those on-demand streams. And now we have a second type of download. So there's two types of streams. There's also two types of downloads. But this one's even easier to understand. So with a limited download, the content is downloaded to your device. A download happens, but it's limited in terms of how many times you can play it, or maybe how long you have access to it. So for example, let's say you're using Apple Music as your streaming platform, and you're gonna fly across the country on a plane. And when you're up in the air, you don't have cell service, and maybe you don't wanna pay for expensive Wi-Fi on the flight either. But before you left the ground, if you'd have pressed the button on that playlist that said you want your playlist available for offline listening, what actually happened when you pressed that button was the music was downloaded to your device. But it's like hidden in the background with a big long temp name that you'll never be able to find. And if your Apple subscription runs out, you won't be able to access it anymore, okay? But technically, a download happened. So the thing that makes this easy is that the copyright law for licensing and royalty purposes treats limited downloads the same as interactive streams. So we lump them together with those on-demand streams because in many ways they're just sort of like an offline stream, right? But technically it's a download. So these are all examples of uses of songs turned into sound recordings, and then the way these sound recordings are accessed, all of these require a mechanical license and generate mechanical royalties. So mechanical licenses, how do you get a mechanical license? There's really two ways. The first is what's called a voluntary license. In a voluntary licensing scenario, the party that needs to get the license, the person or company seeking permission, they would contact the copyright owner, or let's say the copyright owner has done some deal to authorize some other party to administer that for them, as in you deal with all that stuff, right? Contacting the copyright owner or that administrator and asking them for a license. Hey, can I have a license? Can I have a mechanical license? And then they can decide yes to grant one or no, not to grant one, right? That's what we mean when we say voluntary. The choice to grant one is entirely up to the copyright owner or that administrator. And then if they do decide to grant one, them and the party asking for permission, they negotiate and agree, well, what's the royalty rate that's going to be paid, and how often am I going to pay you, and all those details get worked out in a voluntary license, right? But we have a second way that mechanical licenses are obtained. By the way, most licenses in the music industry are voluntary, but we have a couple of examples in the music industry where there's a second type of license, and that is what we call a compulsory license. In a compulsory license, and there's only a handful of scenarios where there is one even available. In a compulsory license situation, the way that party who needs that permission gets a license is by following the rules in the law. They don't go and ask for one from the copyright owner. They instead look in the law and they say, okay, the law says if I do this and this and this and this and this, I'm entitled to a license as a matter of law. So they obtain a license by following the rules in the law. We have a compulsory mechanical license in the US. It's described in Section 115 of the copyright law. And if the party who needs that permission, if they follow all those rules, the copyright owner or administrator doesn't get to say no, right? It's not a voluntary license. It's a law license. Like the law is granting the license, so the copyright owner cannot prevent it from being granted. Okay. And one of the other things that happens whenever you have a compulsory license, because you don't have the owner and the licensee negotiating, you have to have like, well, then where are we going to figure out what rates to pay and how often to pay? Like, who sets all those rules if we're not negotiating those? The answer is the Copyright Royalty Board. So there is, in Washington, D.C., there are 3 judges called copyright royalty judges, and they make up something called the Copyright Royalty Board. And their job is to set these things like what the royalty rates are going to be, and to set the rules about how often they have to be paid, and all of that kind of stuff gets done by the Copyright Royalty Board. And then their decisions get published in something called the Code of Federal Regulations, right? So that's what you have happening in a compulsory license situation, all right? So 2 different options for a mechanical license, but that compulsory license, you don't know if it's not always available, right? It all depends on if the criteria are met based on what the law says the criteria are. So now let's talk for a minute. Let's start bringing up the MLC to get you caught up to like, what do we do? Why are we here? Okay. So the MLC was needed because there was a point in time. So the MLC is pretty new. We were created by the Music Modernization Act, the MMA for short. And before the MMA, the way this worked was every different digital service, so DSP is short for digital service provider, every DSP had to secure their own mechanical licenses, okay? In the US, the way our mechanical licensing landscape always worked, record labels get the permission in order to put out physical products, CDs, vinyls. Record labels get that mechanical license. Then when we moved to the permanent download world, generally still record labels were the ones getting the mechanical license. When we moved to the streaming world, we changed as an industry and said, hey, digital service, you need to be the one getting the actual license. And so they were responsible for getting their own licenses, and they were not doing a great job. They struggled to find owners. They struggled to get these things paid for. And hundreds of millions of dollars were not flowing to rights holders. And self-administered songwriters, people handling their own publishing, were really the most hurt by this, I would say, in that they just had no efficient way to get this money at all, okay? So once the MMA was passed, it changed a couple of key things. It created now a more centralized way of handling mechanical licensing for digital services only. We now have a public database. More rights holders are getting paid, and we collect and pay this money out. So things got a lot better after the MMA was passed. Let me just tell you a little more in more detail exactly what the MMA did. So the Music Modernization Act actually had 3 different sections to it. Only one of those, Title I, dealt with mechanical licensing. The other 2 do really important things, but it had nothing to do with what mechanical licensing is. So this was passed in 2018, and then it went into effect in 2021. So that's why maybe you're like, I hadn't heard of the MLC before. That's because, we really only started doing things this new way of doing things in 2021. So what the law did was it created a blanket compulsory mechanical license. What we already had before the MMA was we had voluntary licensing and compulsory licensing, but they were on a work by work basis, which meant that basically you could only go and get one license at a time, one song at a time. And so Spotify, for every recording uploaded to Spotify, they would have to research who are the publishers of this song and then get a license from each of them for each of those different recordings uploaded to Spotify. And Apple Music had to do the same thing. And Amazon Music had to do the same thing. And that really wasn't working from a scalability perspective, right? They get hundreds of thousands, they get more than 100,000 is the word on the street nowadays, more than 100,000 sound recordings uploaded every day. And that's a lot of research, right? So what the law did was it created something called a blanket license, a variation of that compulsory license. It created a blanket compulsory license for digital services. It didn't change the way anything works for record labels, but it changed the way that works for digital services, so that now a service like Spotify could get one compulsory mechanical license, not one per song, but one license that covers all of the songs that are eligible for that. And when you move to a blanket model of licensing, you also need a central organization because you're shifting that burden, right? You're shifting what was the responsibility on Spotify for every recording uploaded was to find out who the publishers are and pay them. You're shifting that responsibility from the digital service to a new organization, the MLC, where we now have to find and pay people instead of Spotify doing that. So you needed a central organization. So the law said there will be a brand new nonprofit organization created to pay this money out called the MLC. And the other thing that we had, a lot of problems in the industry was that there was much less transparency, much less ability to find out who are the copyright owners of this song, what are their share percents, how do we know who should be getting this money? And so the law also required the MLC to make its database public so that anybody can not only search it on the website, but if you have the right, technical capabilities, you could even download the entire database, which is very big. Like it would blow up my laptop. It's too big, but you could download the entire database if you're a company and you wanted to do that. So these are the three critical things that the Music Modernization Act changed. So let's keep going under understanding how mechanical licensing works, because I'm going to walk you into a diagram that tells you who's responsible for getting the mechanical license and what's the flow of money, okay? All right, so first thing you have to understand when we talk about mechanical licensing is there's a difference in the way things work. If we're talking about the very first time that there's a mechanical use of a song versus the second or later, all right? So the first mechanical use is the first time that a musical work, in other words, a song, is going to be made into a sound recording. And then that sound recording is going to be distributed to the public for their private use. So to consumers, right? This is, for example, if you make a sound recording and then you just send that to a bunch of record labels to try and get a record deal, that's not the public, right? So that's not a first use. First use means it's put into a sound recording and then that sound recording is made available to the public as an audio only use, okay? So we're talking about CDs and vinyl. We're talking about interactive streams and downloads. We're not talking about video. For example, if that sound recording is in a movie, right? They play it in a movie. That's not a first use, okay? A first mechanical use means it's being used as a sound recording that is available as a physical audio product or a digital audio product. A second or later mechanical use, second or later, comes up in two possible scenarios. One is what we call cover records, right? So that Beatles recording of yesterday, right? And the Beatles recorded yesterday, that was the first mechanical use, all right? When that, let's say that vinyl record was put out by the Beatles. But then when Aretha Franklin made a recording of yesterday, that was a second use. And that example was, it was a cover record. Right? So that's a second or later use. But there's a second way this happens. if there's a change in the format that the product is released in. So for example, when that Beatles record of Yesterday came out, I should find out when it came out. It was probably in the 60s, or maybe 70s. I'm not sure. Sorry, forgive me on that. When that record first came out, that was the first use. But then later, fast forward to like 2003 with iTunes, when that Beatles recording of Yesterday, right? Beatles recording of Yesterday, so it's not a cover. It was the Beatles recording of Yesterday. When that was made available as a permanent download, that permanent download was actually a second or later mechanical use. And actually, even before the download, when that record was put out on CD, probably in the 90s, that was actually a second or later mechanical use, right? Not a cover, but it was a second or later mechanical use of that song Yesterday recorded by the Beatles, because it first came out on vinyl. That was the first use. The vinyl was the first use. Okay. There probably was an 8-track in there somewhere too. But okay. So why do we care about this distinction between the first and the second? Why do we care? Because the availability of that compulsory license depends on whether we're talking about a first use or a second use. So we have to actually do this homework and understand, if we're talking about, if we're seeking permission, we need to understand, is this a first use or is this a second or later use? Because the way you get permission is different. A few other things just to know about that compulsory license, right? As I mentioned, it's created in section 115 in the law. The law and the related regulations, they set all the rules, okay? And by the way, the rules are slightly different for record labels instead of digital music services or digital service providers, DSPs. And those royalty rates for a compulsory license are set by that Copyright Royalty Board and published in the federal regulations. Okay, so we've got this terminology down. Now let's look at this chart that helps us understand who's responsible for what, okay? Oh, actually, sorry, first, one more thing about the blanket compulsory. It applies only to interactive streams, limited downloads, permanent downloads. And this license, this compulsory license for digital music services, it only applies to services in the United States. This is a license granted by the US copyright law. It only applies within the United States. So for example, Spotify in France or Apple Music in Canada, they are not eligible for this license. It's only their US version that is eligible for this license from the US copyright law. Those services in other countries, they have to follow their local laws about how they need to get licenses. Just to be really clear, right, about what this blanket compulsory license does not cover, does not give permission for, is nothing to do with physical products like CD or vinyl. This blanket compulsory license is only for digital use by digital services. It's got nothing to do with physical mechanical licenses. Nothing to do with video. When we're talking about mechanicals, we are not talking about video at all. No video, not video streams, not video downloads, not the way we use this terminology in the US. Public performance is separate from a mechanical license. There's a separate thing called a public performance license, but mechanical licensing has nothing to do with public performance. Doesn't grant permission to publicly perform anything. It doesn't at all give permission to display lyrics, nothing to do with any kind of use of lyrics that way. A mechanical license is not needed for a non-interactive stream. A non-interactive stream like digital radio is only a performance. It is not a reproduction and distribution. Therefore, it does not need a mechanical license. And again, this does not cover anything to do with uses of music outside the United States. Okay, so who does what? All right, this diagram. So first we're gonna see that there's a different answer to the question, who's responsible for getting the mechanical license and paying the royalties? We have a different answer if we're talking about the first mechanical use or a second or later mechanical use, all right? So when we look at this, the rows going across the page, we have a different answer for first mechanical use from second mechanical use, okay? So let's talk about streaming, particularly, right, interactive streams and limited downloads. Remember I said they get lumped together for how we treat them. If we're talking about a sound recording of a song, the musical work, being up on a service like Apple Music, Amazon Music, Spotify, right, as an interactive stream or limited download, this is who has to get permission. So if it's the first mechanical use, this is the first time this is going to be used, okay, if this is the first time this is going to be used as a mechanical, then the record label, the whole process kicks off with the record label. And by the way, if there is no record label and it's just an independent artist, then this is the independent artist's responsibility, not the distributor. The independent artist has to do this, or the record label. For a first mechanical use, that record label has to get, their only choice is a voluntary license from the copyright owner, or the one of the writers of the song, is for a mechanical license. Okay, so if this is the first time this song's being recorded, the record label has got to get a voluntary license, a voluntary mechanical license from somebody who has the authority to grant them one. Okay, once that happens, that triggers the availability of the compulsory license for the digital music service. So once that record label gets that first permission, then the DSP relies on the blanket compulsory license, or if they choose to, they could decide to also get a voluntary license. Some of the biggest digital services have done direct mechanical licenses with some of the biggest publishers, because they want to like wrap that into a license that covers a whole bunch of stuff beyond just mechanicals, for example. But that's their choice, right? But before that song is eligible to be included under the blanket compulsory license on a digital service, the record label had to first secure a voluntary license to make that recording and then make that recording available in the first place. If it's a second or later mechanical use, and we're only talking about making it available on a streaming service, the record label does not need to obtain a mechanical license, not if it's only going to be made available as an interactive stream or a limited download. Record label does not have to secure a mechanical license, let's say for that cover record, for example. And the DSP, their blanket compulsory license will cover the permission needed to make that available as a stream or a limited download. And then the way the money flows is that either the digital service pays the MLC, and then the MLC pays the publisher, and then the publisher pays the songwriter. Or if that digital service, if that DSP has chosen to get a voluntary license directly from the publisher, then you have the DSP paying the publisher, and then the publisher pays the songwriter. So this is how this works for streaming. For permanent downloads, there are two flavors of this, which makes it even more confusing. I know, I'm sorry. There are two flavors of this. One is the way it used to work before we changed the law, and the other is a new option for how it can work after we change the law. But a lot of digital services have chosen to keep doing things the way that they always were, and they're allowed to do that by law. So what we have are two flavors, okay? And the choice is really the digital music service's choice. It's up to them. One approach is where the digital service is going to secure the mechanical license, right? They're going to get a mechanical license. They're going to rely on this new blanket license. So that's the first column there on the left under permanent downloads, the column that says permanent download where DSP will secure license, okay? And actually, if you look, that column looks identical to the one to the left of it. It's exactly the same process as if that music's going to be available as an interactive stream, right? Exactly the same process as the column to the left of it. If it's a first use, starts with the record label having to get that first use permission, then that digital service, which will operate under a blanket compulsory license, can rely on that blanket compulsory license if they want to. It's exactly the same as the way it works for streaming. But most download services have chosen not to move to that new way of doing things. They've chosen to stick with the way that was in place since we first launched downloads in the US. And that's that last column there to the right that says permanent download, where DSP relies on the pass-through license from the record label. What does that mean? The law started allowing this a long time ago and continues to allow it, where the record label secures the mechanical license and is the party responsible for paying the mechanical royalties. And then they pass that permission on to the digital service. That pass-through approach is not an option for streaming. That's not an option for streaming. If you look in that first column, there is no mention of pass-through license, but it remains an option for permanent downloads. So in that scenario, for a first mechanical use, we have the same answer. For all first uses, it's the same answer. The record label first has to secure a voluntary mechanical license. And once they have done that, that then triggers the next thing, right? And in this column here, the digital service does not get a voluntary license and does not rely on the blanket. They are relying entirely on the license that the record label got. And so if it's a second or later use, in this case, the record label is handling all the mechanical licensing. So the record label has got to get either a compulsory license or a voluntary license for that second or later use. And same thing, the digital service is relying on the record label again, right? And then the flow of money for this last column here on the right is the digital music service pays the record label the mechanical royalties. And then the record label pays the publisher the mechanical royalties, and then the publisher pays the songwriter, right? So that money, those mechanical royalties in this scenario are flowing through the record label. Whereas in the other two scenarios on the left, they're not flowing through the record label. They're flowing to the MLC, generally speaking, okay? And then the last one, for physical products, the record label for a first use, it's the same across all these scenarios. Whenever it's a first mechanical use, the record label has to obtain a voluntary first use mechanical license. No way around it. It's on them, okay? If it's a second or later use, the record label has to get a license. They can get a voluntary license, or because it's a second or later use, they can get a compulsory license. Excuse me. And then the flow of money is record label pays mechanical royalties to the publisher pays mechanical royalties to the songwriter. So go ahead and grab a photo of this image if this might be helpful to you. I know it's kind of complicated, but hoping that maybe helps shed a little bit of light on who is responsible for what. All right, let's keep going. This is on our website. We are not going to have time to talk about it all today, but this is a diagram that is on our website. If you go to themlc.com and then go to resources and scroll to digital royalties, digital music royalties, you'll see this diagram. Plus there's an animated video that explains it, a really short little animated video, and even a whole webinar on this diagram. And what this is showing you is the flow of money when music is used digitally in the United States. It's showing you 4 pathways that money flows through, okay? And so the key to understanding this diagram is to start by looking at the legend in the top right. I know that's kind of small, but what you'll see is on the top row of the legend, it says interactive streams and limited downloads flow through pathway 1, 2, and 3. So an interactive stream on a service like Spotify generates 3 flows of money: down pathway 1, pathway 2, and pathway 3. A permanent download, that's the second row in the legend, that creates 2 flows of money down pathway 2 and 3. And a non-interactive stream generates 2 flows of money, but down pathway 1 and 4, okay? So imagine that you're talking about an interactive stream. Pretend you put the Spotify logo at the top of this diagram. You would draw 3 arrows from Spotify: 1 to pathway 1, 1 to pathway 2, 1 to pathway 3. For that interactive stream, so that one interactive stream generates 3 flows of money. And those 3 flows of money are: 1, a public performance royalty. Remember, I told you an interactive stream is a public performance. So Spotify pays all those PROs, ASCAP, BMI, and the others. And then those PROs generally pay half the money to the publisher, half the money to the songwriters. The second flow of money from Spotify is the mechanical royalty for the reproduction and distribution. That money flows from Spotify generally to the MLC, and then generally the MLC pays the publisher, and then the publisher pays the songwriter. Except that if you are a songwriter who is handling your own publishing, like you don't have a separate publisher, it's just you, then the MLC pays you directly. And then that third flow of money from Spotify would be from Spotify to the recording distributor, right? So maybe that's TuneCore, CD Baby, or DistroKid, or Sony, or Universal, or Warner, or The Orchard, or ADA, right? And then they pay the record label, who then pays the recording artist. Or if you're an independent artist signed up with like DistroKid, you've got Spotify paying DistroKid, and then DistroKid paying the artist. Okay. And then let's for completeness sake, I know you already heard from our Sound Exchange folks. Let's pretend that we're talking about a non-interactive stream on SiriusXM satellite radio, right? So now pretend you got the SiriusXM logo at the top of this diagram. You would draw 2 arrows from that Sirius logo. One would go to pathway 1. So Sirius pays performance royalties for the use of the song to the PROs. And that second line would go from SiriusXM to Sound Exchange, right? And then Sound Exchange pays a portion of the money to the featured artist, a portion to the sound recording copyright owner, which is generally the record label, but it could be the independent artist, and a portion of that money into a fund that then pays the non-featured artists. So check this diagram out on our website. A lot of people have found it helpful. And as I said, there are some helpful videos that explain it as well. All right, being conscious of time, let's keep going. Just to reiterate what the MLC, what we do, right, and what we don't do, right? So we administer this new blanket compulsory license. That's why we are here. We are here specifically to handle this blanket compulsory mechanical license. And so what happens is every month we get data and money from those digital services that operate under this license. And they send that data and they send that money to us. And that data is sound recording usage data. So for example, Spotify will tell us the Beatles version of Yesterday was streamed this many times. The Aretha Franklin version of Yesterday was streamed this many times. The Frank Sinatra version of Yesterday was streamed this many times. Then we have to match those 3 sound recordings to the song by John Lennon and Paul McCartney in our database. We call that matching. That's that making a connection between the sound recording and the musical work that sound recording is based on, right? So we connect those 3 examples, those 3 different sound recordings of that song Yesterday, all have to be matched back to the song Yesterday by John Lennon and Paul McCartney. That's called matching, and that's what we spend the majority of our effort doing. And when they send that usage data to us, they also pay mechanical royalties to us, those digital services, and then we pass those digital royalties over to the publishers generally. So for example, when that Aretha Franklin sound recording of Yesterday is streamed, we end up paying those mechanical royalties to Paul McCartney's publisher and John Lennon's publisher, right? And then those publishers pay Paul McCartney or pay John Lennon's estate. That's really how that works. And we have this public database that anybody can search. You don't need a login. It's right there on our website. Things that we don't do, just so you're not confused and don't think this money runs through us, right? We have nothing to do with performance royalties. We don't replace the PROs. We have nothing to do with what Sound Exchange collects. That's separate from us, completely separate. And by the way, like we don't share a database with the PROs. They have a separate database. So if you're administering the publishing for songs, you need to be registering them with the PRO and also registering them with us. That's separate. We have nothing to do with mechanicals for physical products, nothing to do with video of any kind or the use of lyrics. And we do not do anything outside the United States in terms of, we don't collect mechanical royalties from outside the US. If you're a rights holder and your music is streamed on a US service, we will pay you even if you live in another country, but we don't collect from outside the US and bring that money back in. We're not allowed to. The law that created us prevented us from doing that. It says we can't do it. So quickly, who needs to become a member of the MLC in case you're not certain, right? So we have a catchphrase for this. We call it connect to collect. That basically means become a member of the MLC, which by the way is totally free. Okay, it does not cost anything to become a member of the MLC. So the answer to that question is the party who administers the publishing for the song in the United States. It's the party handling the publishing administration. There is no separate writer share and publisher share. It doesn't work like it does at a PRO. It's the party who is handling the publishing. And then typically they will pay the songwriter. If the songwriter's handling their own publishing, then they will become a member and they can pay themselves. But it's the party that's handling the publishing that becomes a member of the MLC. So we are really short on time. I'm going to fly through this. When we say publishing administration, we are talking about the business side of music publishing, okay? So there's creative stuff that publishers do. You know, they're working with their songwriters to create new songs. They're pitching those songs to be used in lots of ways. And then there's the administrative side of music publishing. And that's things like registering a song with the PRO, registering a song with the MLC, tracking and collecting royalties, registering the songs with the Copyright Office, right? Those are all what we mean by administration activities. So when I say someone's administering the publishing, I mean they're doing some of these activities, if not all of them, okay? And so if you have a self-administered songwriter, they're doing all of these activities themselves. It's all them, right? If you have a songwriter who is administered, right? They are administered. They've done a deal with an administrator. Then the songwriter's doing the creative stuff, but they have a publishing administrator doing all those administrative things, right? And then the third scenario is if you have a songwriter who has done a deal with a publisher, then the publisher is doing all of these things. And by the way, you might have a songwriter that has 10 songs that they self-administer, and then they have another 10 songs that they signed up with a publishing administrator, and then they have another 10 songs that were part of a publishing deal, right? So it really does become a song level question. For each song, the question is, who is administering the publishing? Who is administering the publishing for this song? That is the party that joins the MLC and registers that work, collects the money from us. And if it's not the songwriter themselves, if it's a publishing administrator or a publisher, they collect that money from us and then they pay the songwriter according to the contract they have with the songwriter. Okay, how do you become a member? You go to themlc.com, big connect to collect button in the top right. Click on that button and kick off the process. It's really quite short and sweet, not too painful, and it is completely free. There is no cost to become a member of the MLC. Once you do that, though, you're not done. Then you have to do what we call play your part. We love these little catchphrases. Play your part means you need to set up like your banking details with us so we can be ready to pay you. We prefer to transfer money electronically rather than mail a check. So set up your banking details. Then you need to register your songs, right? And some cases, let's say you co-wrote a song or you're administering a song that you're only handling 50%. That song may already be in our database, and all you have to do is just add your 50% claim to it, right? Or maybe that song's not in the database at all, in which case you're adding it from scratch. We have a whole bunch of different tools to make it easy to do this, but you're not going to get paid unless your share is on that song. In other words, another way of saying claiming your share is to say, I'm adding the fact that I administer 50% of that song, for example, right? You got to add that in the database. You also, so that's required, right? You got to do that or you're not getting paid. There's also an option, additional option, where you can help us make sure that you're not going to miss out on any money. You can use something called our matching tool to search through sound recordings we have not yet been able to match to songs, connect them. Like you say, that Aretha Franklin yesterday, that should be matched to that song yesterday by John Lennon and Paul McCartney. MLC match them up and pay the money. So you can use a tool to do that and then you get paid. So it really is just that simple. We pay royalties on a monthly basis. There is a time lag that's involved of 75 days from when that activity happens on a digital service till you expect to see it on your statement. We have a whole page for this on our website under how it works. It's called blanket royalties, and you'll see this timeline there. We paid out well over $2 billion, 2 billion with a B, since we started paying out money in April of 2021. So we're very proud of that. So this is on our website, themlc.com, under how it works, blanket royalties. The other thing to know also, and we will not have time to get into this now, we have information on the website that explains how these royalty rates are calculated. The statutory royalty rates for streaming are really complicated, but we have a whole page on our website. If you go to themlc.com, resources, and then scroll under resources, there's an option that says royalty rates. And then there's a whole diagram. There's a 6-minute explainer video there. So you can learn a lot more if you want to about how these royalties are calculated. So that is on the website. And actually there's an even greater shortcut. If you go to themlc.com/rates, you'll get straight to that page directly. Quickly, just to know, right now you can still go back in time and collect royalties from the past. So the MLC will always still hold royalties and try to find the right person for at least 3 years. The law requires us to do that for at least 3 years, and we can try for longer. And right now we are trying for longer. So you can go right back to that first royalty that we collected in January 2021 right now, no problem. But even better news, when the law changed, it also realized there was a whole lot of unpaid money sitting with all these digital music services. So the law gave them this option to transfer all of those unmatched royalties. In other words, all those mechanical royalties that they had not paid out. Going back in time, they could transfer all that activity to the MLC and avoid getting sued. So they did that. They transferred more than $420 million. That's how much was unpaid. $420+ million to the MLC. And we have been processing it, matching it. We started paying it out in June of 2022, and we've been paying it out ever since. So I'll leave you on this, again, on our website, themlc.com. Under how it works, there's a page called Historical Unmatched, and there's a dashboard, and it shows how much money was transferred to us, how much money we've paid out to date, how much money we're still trying to get paid out. And so in some cases, we have money going all the way back to 2007. That is crazy, right? And it's not too late to get that money. So do check out that page. And once you get signed up, you get your songs in the database, that money can start flowing to you, and it can go quite far back in time, okay? All right, last slide. If you don't already follow us on social media, please consider following us. We talk about, upcoming webinars and all kinds of things. That is our website, themlc.com. You can easily get in touch with us for help. On that website, you'll see a menu option that says help. And when you click on that, you'll see a phone number. You can call our office in Nashville and speak to a human during Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. Central. You will get a person on the phone usually in under 1 minute. And you could also start an email with us, or you could live chat with us in the portal. That's all under the help menu option on our website. So go check out the MLC.com. Also check out our YouTube channel that's got lots of great videos that explain all this kind of stuff. So I am out of time. Let me come out of screen share here, see how to get back. There we go. Woohoo, that was a lot. Thank you so much for the opportunity to share all of this with you. Don't hesitate to reach out to us if you have questions. Oh, you're on mute. We can't hear you.
You are absolutely correct. My apologies. I want to thank you so much for sharing your wealth of knowledge from the MLC, the Mechanical Licensing Collective. I'm told that there are some questions. I don't know if you see the questions.
Let me have under the comments, and I don't want to make us late for other stuff. I see. Actually, I only see a few things that are just saying, hi and thanks. I'm not seeing questions. Okay. Maybe I need to join the chat. I'm not sure. Are you able to see questions?
I'm not. I was just informed that there were questions, but I do not see them as well. Trying to scroll so I can get to where they are.
So I do see some comments from folks saying, thanks, this is great. So what I will say, again, just because I want to keep you guys on schedule, right? Our support team love answering questions. They will take as long on the phone with you as you need, no rush. Awesome. So themlc.com, you'll see in the top menu, it says help. Click on help, and there's a phone number right there. You're like, what? I can actually call them? Yes, call us. You don't have to be a member. Maybe you're like, I don't know if I need to be a member. I'm really confused. Call that phone number. Our support team will be very happy to walk you through it, help you figure that out. So you will get answers to your questions from our support team or on our website, no question, okay? So our office is in the Gulch in Nashville, but we don't just take walk-ins. You need to contact us electronically via phone or email or live chat, definitely. Awesome. I'm based in Miami, Florida, by the way, so hi from South Florida.
All right. Well, once again, I want to thank you for joining the symposium. It was great information. For more information, you all go to themlc.com and you'll get all the information you need to know about the Mechanical Licensing Collectives and your music. Check it out.
All right. Take care, everybody. Thank you. God bless. Bye-bye.
God bless. Once again, it's me, G Wade, from the G Wade Podcast and Wadeworks Studios. This is the Season 17 Prayze Factor Awards weekend, man. We are here. We are here. It is official. We are having a great time right here on the Industry Business Symposium. I'm waiting for my colleague, one of my colleagues, to join me so that I can pass the baton. I have to end my tenure here for the past 2 hours, but someone else is coming on. There she go. Hello, Miss Alyssa T. Ford. How are you?
Blessings. I'm great, G-Way. How are you all?
I'm doing great. I was just bidding my adieus, and now I'm getting ready to pass the baton to you so you can take over and share once again with the rest of the illustrious panelists. And, during this time. So thank you so much. You guys have a great time. Check us out. This weekend is going down the Prayze. Go to PrayzeFactorAwards.com, PrayzeFactorAwards.com, and get your tickets.
Absolutely. Well, hi, everyone. I am Alyssa T. I am the 2024 Beauty Is Me, and I am also a proud member of TEMA. So we are so happy to have you here, and we will be looking forward to the next presenter that will be coming up. Thank you so much.
Hello. Hi, everyone. I am Carla Morrison. I'm with Chit Chat Communications, and I am trying to make sure that I can share with you on this screen. So that's what's going on right now. But Chit Chat Communications is a public relations firm here in Atlanta, Georgia. And we do a number of things: public relations, social media marketing, community engagement. Okay, there I am. Okay, good. I was a little nervous there. And so the title is, Do I Really Need a Publicist? And I say that because my job is to explain a number of different things to you all. And now I just got to make sure that I am able to go up and down. I already shared with you all who I am. My name is Carla Morrison. I'm an experienced public relations professional. The overview is to share with you the difference between marketing, branding, and public relations. Okay. And so marketing, because a lot of people tend to say, I need marketing, or I need a publicist. And they don't really understand the difference in that, or they think if you do PR, oh, you do marketing. No, not really. So marketing is positioning your product or service to be seen, heard, touched, bought, and sold. Marketing, and then I have on the side, if you can see, it says tip. The umbrella, marketing is the umbrella to promotions, advertisement, sales, public relations, and branding. That's what marketing is. And so I'm going to go through the meanings of all of them, and then I'll start to break it down and give you examples for more clearer understanding. Branding. Branding is a collective of creative design and advertisement, inclusive of your name, your logo, the image, your mission, and how you show that to the public, to the masses. And I'll just give you the tip is branding leads to awareness, recognition, trust, and revenue. And so for me, my colors for my business, Chit Chat Communications, is royal blue and white. That's also the same colors of my sorority, Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated. And I share that with you because most times when people see me, they're Chit Chat or Zeta. So it's kind of, simultaneously, they know I'm a Zeta, and Chit Chat, that's Chit Chat. That's who she is, So when you're branding, you become your brand. You can become your brand. I am my brand because I talk a lot, chit chat. I'm outgoing. I wear the color royal blue. I wear a lot of different colors, but royal blue is something that you will see when I'm going to significant events. Okay, and exposure. Public relations. Public relations is exposure to the masses, primarily through media. And the tip for that is public relations / content communications comes in a various forms. That can be video, written, social media, and photos. We use all those things to kind of create the story to share with the media. And that's television, radio, print, and social, to convey a message to our public, our mass public. Now, with that, I get really involved in that because I am a publicist. So I asked you the question, do I really need a publicist? And that's something for you all to think about for yourselves. Do you need a publicist or do you need a marketing expert? It depends on where you are in your journey and your career. I know this is a lot of gospel music artists. And so when you think about that, when you think about getting your manager, I'm not sure where you're at in your journey of your profession, but if you're in the beginning and you need a manager, but you also need a manager who understands and maybe has some experience in marketing, in promotions, in publicity, in sales, because the ultimate thing is you want to sell your product, right? And so you have to use these different tools, which is marketing. And under marketing, the tools are, as I mentioned, branding, promotions, advertisement, public relations, and then you'll be able to sell, because that's making your audience aware of who you are and helping them to become comfortable with what you have to offer. And if it's really good, then they're going to want to buy it, right? But there's steps and there's a process in that. So for me, as a publicist, I would say, yes, you need a publicist. And if you have a very good publicist that's skilled in a number of different things, the more the better. Someone who can do a little business, management, but more so can do some marketing, who's a networker. The reason why you want a publicist, because you want someone professional. You want someone who can actually write a professional press release to send out to the media. You want someone who can create a strategy for whatever it is you're doing. I know, and I'm kind of talking more towards our newer entertainers who may be interested in understanding this process. In the beginning, when you're first getting out there, you're just trying to find a place to perform. Well, when you find these different venues to perform, you want someone to be able to write up something professional to send to that local media to say, hey, Carla Morrison with the group is performing at whatever place. And it, in the gospel realm, it may be a mega church. So you want to make sure you put that information out there to the public so they can be aware. But that information also helps to legitimize you. And this is kind of for new artists. Legitimacy is very important, right? And so if nothing else, I've gotten written up, in this publication, or I was able to get an interview on this radio station. So those things are very important. And a professional publicist, that's what they can give to you. They can give you professionalism. They can create a strategy. They already have connections, and they're very resourceful. And resourceful can mean a number of things. Like I said, in management, you have to be resourceful for somebody who has additional skills or just has those contacts that may be able to help build your team. Because when you're a gospel artist or any profession, really, you need a team. Even with what I do as a PR person, I need a team. My team will consist of a photographer, a videographer, a social media expert, and then me as the professional public relations person. Now, I just happen to know how to do all of those things because I studied communication. So I took a number of classes in different things, and then I've actually taken workshops, and then I have friends in some of those other fields. So I've been able to learn and develop my skill enough to be able to be called myself a professional and get paid for it. Now, when it comes to public relations, I actually have a degree in communications from Bowie State University. And during that time, I started to build my network of people who were doing the same thing as me and others. And over the past 30 years, I've been able to build networks in different arenas for different things. But it all works for the greater good of the different clients that I serve. And so now we're at, do I really need a publicist? Yes, you do. Whatever level you're at. And so for the young people or the beginners, I told you the reasons why. For the more seasoned artists, you need one too. I always use McDonald's as an example. Everybody and their mother knows about McDonald's. But guess what? They still advertise. They still do community engagement. They still do work where they're seen or heard on the radio, or you might see a write-up about them somewhere. And it's important because they want to keep their name out. They want to continue to be the number one brand out there, serving burgers, now serving healthier meals, but still serving fries and all the good stuff that they serve, right? All the stuff that we probably don't need. And so that's why you need a publicist on that level, on a higher level, because you want to continue to have your name out there. Publicists are in contact with numerous people. So when you might have a down part in your career where you may not have an album out or whatever it is that you do in the gospel arena, you may not be, hot at that time. Having a publicist can kind of keep you current because they can then connect you with those other resources that they have that are doing things. Oh, well, you need a speaker. Well, maybe my client can come in and be that speaker. That's the reason why you keep a publicist, because you want to be able to build your name up through the media outlets, through social media, which is very important. And social media comes in the form of promotions, but also PR. It just kind of falls in between those two. And you want to be able to keep your name out there with what you do. And that's your brand. What you do is your brand, but the creative piece of it in terms of your style, the way your name is written, if it's your company name or if it's your name as an artist. All of those things play into who you are, your brand, and then the public relations piece of it amplifies that. The promotions piece of it helps to bring awareness. The marketing is the overall umbrella. That's where all those different things come into play. And so because I am a publicist and I'm always looking for the next client, I say, well, do you really need a publicist? Yes. Who? Chit Chat Communications, which is my company. And so this is us, Chit Chat Communications. We were established in 1993 by myself, Carla Morrison, and we've managed an array of esteemed clients in government, entertainment, sports, cultural, educational institutions in the nonprofit sector. And we work with young people, Gen Zs to baby boomers. We have an array of team members, and we use them at different points in the projects that we work on. And these are the services that we provide: strategic branding, where we will bring in the graphic designer to create the graphics that you need for your logo. We will bring in different social media experts if I don't, actually do it myself. We create public relations strategies, and we also connect you with the media to set up your interviews and things of that nature. And when there's problems, we like to handle those as well. We are very good with our relationships in media and how to turn things around for the greater good. Because we always find that there is some good in any situation. And so these are some of our services: social media, content creation, community engagement, event management, digital advertisement, and traditional advertisement. And we say traditional because the way of the world now, everything is on social media, which is great. But traditional media is using those three things: the television, radio, and print. That is your foundation, regardless of what it is that you are doing. And most people do a lot of things on social media, and I encourage it. However, I understand the foundation. There are still an audience that actually watches the news every night. There's still an audience that actually listens to the radio. And it's funny as I'm saying it, it sounds funny, but it's the truth, because I'm one of those people. But I also sit there and it is on my social media. Sometimes I'm listening to the radio while I'm looking at my IG. So there are people who still do those things. There are some people who still actually go and buy a newspaper every morning, or a magazine, because we still like the feel of that. Now, those are more so the baby boomers and the Gen X's. And so as we phase out, it will become all about the social media, the digital age, and that'll be in full effect. But right now, as we still have baby boomers living and we still have Gen Xers, you're going to always still have TV where you have a news station, and radio where you can listen to different, radio stations and songs, and you want to read and you just want to lay up on your couch and look through the newspaper. That is who we are in terms of the baby boomers and Gen X's. But when you think about the Gen Z's, everything is digital. Even when they're watching TV, they're doing it on their phones. And then there's social media. So it also depends on who your audience is that you're trying to get engaged with, what different tool you use. Will you use television, radio, print, or social media? And so some of these are just some of the different mediums that we have dealt with throughout our engagements. And, that's Black Enterprise, WHUR, because we're national. We live in Atlanta, but we do projects nationally. And so with these, we engage them for the different clients that we have. And so allow us to share your story and amplify your message. This is our website, chitchatcommunications.biz. And our social media, which I should have put up here too, is chitchatcomm, ChitChatComm. And so and you can find us on any platform: IG, Facebook, YouTube, and anything else. So thank you. Oh yeah, Twitter and TikTok. So do we have any questions? Let's see. Okay. All righty. Okay. I don't see any questions. Okay. Well, I will say hello to some of the people who said hello to me. Ricky Paul Puckett, hello. Hi, Elisa. Trina, Demetria, and Yana. 3 designs. So you create designs. I'd love to get your information. And the name of my company is Chit Chat Communications. Trina, I'm assuming you were asking for my company. Okay, let's see. What is the fee for public relations service? So the fee runs the gamut, and it would depend on the more seasoned you are, the level of exposure you can commit to or to share. We start at a basic of 2,500, but that can run to 15,000. It depends on the type of work that we're doing. When you're just starting out, you would want to build up your budget to at least be $5,000 or somewhere around that regard, just because you're new, and if it's not something that's popping like that, it's going to take some time for them to get you that exposure, and you want to be able to cover the cost that it will take for the amount of time. However, we charge, a little bit more than that, but I would just suggest that anyone who is looking to have a publicist, they want to at least have a budget of $5,000. And if you're a more seasoned individual and you actually have gotten your music played and things of that nature, you would want to you have a budget on like $10,000 or more, 10,005, and just continue to build upon that, because as you continue to get exposure, that will continue to give you opportunities. Opportunities will come in different forms. That may mean more people buy your music or streams as they do now, or that may mean you just getting different types of opportunities. You might get into acting. You see how a lot of, and I did music, but I did more of the secular music. So I would use a rapper as an example. You see how LL Cool J, for instance, went from being a rapper from New York, who we all love, to getting small little parts in different movies, to now being, a household name. Every week we watch him on CSI, Queen Latifah the same way. So that the exposure that they had gotten over the years through not just their publicists, your manager has to be working it too, on his level, or her level, but your publicist helps to amplify who you are as a person, in that personality. And so it's very important. And so as you grow, your budget needs to get larger. But for startups, I would say if you can gather you about $5,000, that could help to get you the exposure that is needed. And if you don't have that, I would suggest you find you a college student who majors in communications, who can grow with you and try to develop. They may not be as polished and as professional as someone like myself, but they will at least know how to write, which to me is very important. In anything that you do, you want to know how to write, because if you're able to communicate in written form, you can then start to figure out, who do I need to share this written material with to get the exposure that's needed. So let's see. So that was the fees. How long have you been doing this again? Oh, for 30 years. Well, really more than 30 years. I try not to tell people that many. It just slipped out. And that's because then they think you're old and you don't know how to do other things. And I can hang with the best of them with the social media. So, but yeah, for 30 plus years. Let's see. Is that over a period of months or is that a monthly fee? So the $5,000 that I talked about, that could be over a couple of months. If you can find someone who will start out, at $1,500 or so, that can take you for about, I would say, 3 months, and that would be great. So that's why I'm saying a startup, $1,500 a month or so. That's, I would say, the beginner level, right? And then the next level would be maybe $2,500, a month. And that's if you are able to do a retainer thing. If this is I don't want to say a one hit wonder, if it's one project that you're working on, you may be able to get someone to do that one project for $1,500 or for $2,500. But it's usually that $1,500, $2,500, $3,500, $4,500. It kind of goes up in, like that. 5,000 a month, that can happen as well. That's pretty much where we are with Chit Chat Communications, because we're also doing national public relations. We're working with the GMAs, Good Morning Americas, and the Tamron Halls and things on that level. But if we're doing something just that's really local, like we're here in Atlanta, and you just want to get on some local radio station here, in one of our local newspapers, like the Atlanta Voice, which is a Black newspaper. We could probably work with you, and we wouldn't say, oh, $5,000, because it wouldn't take us as long. So everybody kind of does their pricing differently. Some people do it hourly. Some people just do it project based. And some people are able to estimate, okay, how much time and effort will this take? And depending on what that is, they will give you a number, a fixed number, and they will keep it there. And if it kind of goes over, then it just goes over, and they might have lost out that time. But if the work is good, you're going to hire them again, and then they'll be able to recoup during the next time. But that's pretty much how that works. So I would say, starting out, you will want to at least have $5,000, and that $5,000 may be able to carry you for 3 months. But you want to ask your PR person, what exactly can you do for me, right? And with that, you want to get, some things are tangible, but a lot of it isn't. The tangibles are, you want a bio, you want a press release. Those are the two things that are tangible that you can hold on to. I sometimes tell this story. So me and one of my girlfriends both started our businesses at the same time. And so, of course, I'm new. I'm writing your bio for free, right? Because I'm just trying to, get more. I wrote her bio. I went to her home in California about 10 years ago, and she was still using the same bio. I'm like, I wrote that. It was a couple of things changed because, of course, she's elevated, so she has more to add to it. But it was basically the bio that I had written 30 years ago. So at that time, 10 years ago, that would have been 20 years ago. And I just giggled, but a bio can take you a long way. So even if you just invest in that bio, that may cost you $600. But it's worth it, because you can take that professional bio and then you can retool it as you need. So some things are just something that you it's a must have, so you want to get from your PR person a bio. And then if you're currently doing something, that's what the press release is for, to say what I'm doing right now. And so that's what you would share, what you're doing, what's happening right now, where I'm going to be performing at right now, what new song is out right now. But the bio is all your background information. And like I said, if you're on a fixed budget where you just really can't spend like that, you take that bio that you paid $600 for, and you add in there what you're doing right now and use it for that moment, right? And then as you continue to go, you just change it up. That, I mean, my girlfriend, she did that, and I giggled because I just couldn't believe she still had the same bio. So that's a tip for you, just depending on where your budget is. But there's some things that you just have to invest in. I would also say invest in professional photos. I don't do professional photos. I'm more of an event photographer when I'm at an event, getting great caption, shots like that. But you have to, your publicist, that's a part of her team. She can get you, a great photographer. Okay, so I see Alyssa's back, so I don't know if there's anybody else who has anything. Let's see. No. I gotta look close. Okay, I think you asked me how long have I been doing this again? I told you 30, but I don't like to really share that because they'd be like, she's older. Her business is older than me. But I know how to do all the things that the Gen Zs know how to do. That's what's special about Chit Chat Communications, because we came into form on the traditional, and I always attribute that to Terry Williams, who's the godmother of public relations in my world. And but we had to learn quickly with this new generation how you do things. And I keep me a couple of Gen Zs around, so things that Miss Carla doesn't know how to do, they show me how to do it, and I'm a quick learn.
Indeed, indeed. Well, thank you so much, Miss Carla Morrison. Again, her name of her company is Chit Chat Communications, and that is some invaluable information. And it's very clear that you make timeless. Your work is timeless, because if she's been able to do that for over 30 years and really just tweak it, and that's all she had to do, that's marvelous. So we thank you so much for sharing your wisdom with us today. Thank you so much for this time that you have shared with us. It's extremely invaluable. Y'all better make sure y'all getting all these gems that's being dropped. They're going to help you go a long way. Once again, we want to thank you so much for coming out and being with us for season 17 of the Prayze Factor Industry Business Symposium. Next up, we will have our very own Talene to talk about public relations and media training, as well as stage presence and some more valuable goodies. Thank you.
Hello, hello, hello. Greetings to everybody. I'm so excited to be here with you all today. And I want to thank Dr. Teresa Jordan, my dear friend, and the entire, my colleagues for the Prayze Factor and Tima. It is just a blessing to be able to present. It's been a while. I used to present this all the time during the Prayze Factor Awards. And so I was really excited to be able to share this with you all. My name is Talene Harris. I'm an award-winning recording artist. I'm a model. I'm an actress. I'm a serial entrepreneur, and mother, wife, pastor here with my husband, Spirit of Glory Worship Center, which I am broadcasting today because I wanted to be able to give you hands-on. Hey, Ricky Paul. I wanted to be able to give you hands-on, real practical things, because sometimes, we can give these presentations, but we don't have actual physical examples of how this really works. But before I get into those things concerning the information for how to really, make sure that your stage presence is what I consider professional. And even though you may be an independent artist, and even though you may be up and coming, that doesn't mean that you have to look that way. And I think if you learn from those, you can glean from them, that they'll be able to teach you some things. And if you go back and you look at some of your things, and you'll see, oh, well, maybe my stuff is not quite up to par. So I want to talk today a little bit, as I piggyback a little bit off of what was shared previously with Miss Carla, and thank you so much, Miss Carla, for all of those wonderful things that you shared with us, because I think they are very, very key to some of the things that I'm even going to be sharing with you all today. I've been tasked the assignment to share with you public relations and media training and photo shoots. And because I have been extremely blessed, I forgot to tell you guys, I am the owner of Beyond Excellent Consulting. But ever since I was a teenager, I have been in graphic design. I'm an award-winning graphic designer as well. And so I have all of these things working to help me in my business of artistry. You know, sometimes we look at artistry and we think, oh, let me just focus on the music, the recording, and then this part seems to go lacking. And I think one of the things that really are challenging, especially to new artists, is that whole look of seamless and cohesiveness in your marketing, in your branding, and in your promotional materials. Those things start from the very foundation, which I say is the creative direction of where your project is going. Okay, so I want to focus a little bit on the media training portion just for a moment. The foundation of all of this is having a creative direction to your project. I see projects oftentimes where there is no relation. You know, if I say, and I'm going to show you some examples. If I say I'm home on the range, but then I have a picture of me at a baseball game, that has nothing to do with one or the other. It totally throws the correlation off for the eye of your potential listener. And because we are visual people, meaning whether it's a photo or video, because we are visual people, it is so important, vital, and crucial that you tell the story. Tell the story through your music, through the video, and through your audio, and through the pictures. All of those things work in tandem and synonymously so that you can bring forth the message in your music. And I think so many people, there is a disconnect in artistry when it comes to that piece. And that's one of the things that I really want to tackle today, okay? So, because I said, you know, I preface this, I know how to do a lot of things. So I save myself a whole lot of money. However, but there are times when I do hire professionals to do certain things for me. Pictures, photography is very, very important. So now that you have a concept of what your project is going to look like, then you now need to translate that creative direction with the photographer, with the hair, with the makeup, with the wardrobe. All of those things work in tandem together to bring us this beautiful picture about your music and your song. So there is a photographer that I have been working with since my very first project in 2000. His name is Tim Rogers. He's an amazing photographer here in the Atlanta area, and actually we both are from the DMV. So he moved down here too. So we've had an opportunity to continue to work together, and that's one of the things that I love about another thing that I will share with you guys. It's important to build relationships, long-term relationships. So I'm grateful that my brother, my friend, still to this day, I can call him up and say, hey, let's shoot, and he's ready to go. So with that being said, you do want to hire the professionals if you do not know what to do. Ladies, let me say this. I want to say this to the ladies. Please, if you don't know how to do makeup, get someone to do your makeup. But I will say this. What you're presenting on your album cover and all of your marketing materials, you need to look like that in person. I remember the first time I was working with Pastor T here on the Prayze Factor. And I was doing the flyers. I was helping with the website. You know, we were doing a lot together. And so I, was looking at these people's pictures for months before the Prayze Factor actually happened. And then when I got to the Prayze Factor and someone walked up to me and say, hey, Talene, how are you? And I'm looking at them like, who are you? Why am I looking at them like that? Because, and they'll tell me their name. Oh, I'm so and so. I was like, oh, okay, hi, nice to meet you. I'm trying to fix my face by that point. And because they looked absolutely nothing like their pictures. Nothing like the flyer I had been putting together and stuff I had been doing on the website for all of those months. And so it's so vitally crucial and important that you all look the part. When you're doing your photos, keep in mind that has to translate in person. Okay, so that's very, very crucial and important. So I just wanted to put that out there. Make sure you get some professional, even stylists. If you need somebody to tell you what to wear, then get a stylist. Because sometimes folks come and they're just ill prepared. They haven't been taught. They're not really, obviously not paying attention to what the industry standard is. And you can't always come into the industry and think you just gonna make up something. That always sometimes does not go over well. I do agree that you need to be authentic, but your authenticity needs to translate to this is me as an artist, and this is how I want to present myself publicly. If you want to do the boho chic kind of look, that's great, but you still need to put some makeup on your face, because when you're on stage, your features are going to get completely washed out. You have no blush to accentuate your cheeks, no kind of eyeshadow to focus on the eyes or any type of lipstick or anything. That is the importance of wearing makeup. I've been graduated from 3 different modeling schools. So one of the things that I learned how to do was my makeup. I learned how to do my makeup. I learned how to do my hair. I was a nail tech for 5 years. I've just been in this whole beauty entertainment industry for so long that when I see people that are really struggling, it's like a dagger to my heart, and I almost want to pull them to the side and say, hey, let me help you, because that's the type of heart that I have. Okay, so I want to go into now a little more imagery and showing you all. Let me stop sharing this because I need to present something else. Hold on one second, you guys. Let me stop sharing that for 1 second. And how are you all today? I hope that you all are having an amazing day. I hope that you are really getting an opportunity to take advantage of all of these things that we are sharing with you all today, because they're going to, for some of you, they're going to make or break. They're going to make or break. Gosh, I don't even know what happened to my slides, y'all. Hold on 1 second. They're going to make or break your situation. I can't show you guys what I was trying to show you because I can't get back into where I was. So I wanted to show you all some actual imagery of some examples of, you know, how you can present this. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm supposed to hit share screen. That was my issue, my bad. This right here is a prime example of something that every artist should have and needs to know. This is called a one sheet. Talene, what is a one sheet? I'm so glad you asked me. Once you complete your project, this is something that noises abroad, that tells radio, most importantly radio, about your project. It is important to have a graphic designer or use something like Canva, but don't veer too far off of what the templates that are giving you, because I've seen some people use stuff in Canva and it still looks a hot mess. So if you can't, then please make sure that you hire a professional graphic designer like myself or someone else, because we're going to know how to properly put all of the pieces together to present your project in a professional manner. And we already have the templates and everything all set up that we kind of know what's the dimensions for different things and so forth and so on. But this is why quality pictures are so important, you guys. This powerful warrior theme goes with what I shared earlier. Powerful warrior. I am dressed in a warrior outfit. I shot this in Las Vegas, Nevada in the desert. I had vision. I knew exactly what I wanted to present this song. It's a up-tempo song. I took all of these things into consideration as far as how my marketing and my branding and my promotions of how I'm going to share this with the world. This has a brief bio on me. It's talking about what my genre is. It's the fact that it's a single, my name, and I'm an independent artist. Who was my distribution company on this? Was CLG at the time. My ISRC code, so important. Artists need to have it. I actually purchased my own ISRC codes because I didn't want CD Baby, a DistroKid, and all these other people to have use their code. I wanted to use my own. I paid $100 and you get like a zillion codes. All right. Barcode. I did use the barcode that came from CLG distribution because they were the distributor, and I put my accolades on here because why? That's important, you guys. People want to know, and they don't want to be all day trying to figure out what you are and who you are. As you can see, this is pretty concise. It's 3 very specific key points in my bio, and then all of this information about my accolades, and they're just a few, and then the booking information and my social media handles as well. Now, one thing I do want to say about social media handles that I have an absolute pet peeve on, and that is for you to have gazillion different social media names. All of my social media handles that are geared toward my music is Talene Music. So Facebook, Talene Music, Instagram, Talene Music, TikTok, Talene Music. That's really, really important, you guys. TaleneHarris.com. Now, I could go purchase the domain name TaleneMusic.com, and that's fine. But what I'm saying to you as far as social media, you don't need to be all over the place. I don't need to have Talene here and then Talene Music over here and Talene Sings over there. No, people love consistency. Consistency is key and important, and you're building a brand. You have to remember that. All right, I'm showing them where all of my music is available, right? Who I am, what I used to do. You need to have something that's highlighted that's going to capture the person's attention to even want to look at your stuff, because it might look good and they still might, say never mind. So you want to make sure that when you are presenting your brand, that you're presenting it, and I didn't want to pull up nobody's stuff and say, oh, this is terrible, but I am sure you all have seen some things that do not look right. Okay, I want to talk to you about this next piece, and that is this is the Walls Down CD. This is my latest single by myself, because my latest single is Stand With You with Carlton Roberts. But this was actually done in Canva, you guys. And when I tell people that, they look at me like, what? You didn't use Photoshop? Well, no, I love Canva and I love Photoshop. As a designer, I use both. But I wanted to do something with Canva, and this is what I came up with. This was shot by me, and this was shot in my studio at home. And I remember I was in such a rush, and we're going to transition to the stage here in just a moment. I'll take a few questions if you guys have any questions concerning this part. When it comes to, once again, theme. So my mind was, I wanted to be somewhere where walls were. And I kept procrastinating and putting it off. I didn't have time to call Tim, and I had this deadline, and I was like, okay, just go and get it done. Just go down in the studio and shoot it. Just go shoot it. And so that is where I shot this at. Understanding cohesiveness. So when I was ready to release my project, this is what I utilized to put as my header on my Facebook page. It's important that you all are putting your stuff out there constantly on all social media platforms, and and each one has different dimensions. So you don't want your stuff where your head is cut off because you didn't do the dimensions properly. If you don't know how to do it, once again, I recommend that you use a actual designer. Okay, I was trying to show you guys, let me see if it will allow me to. I was trying to show you all the actual images that I shot. And let me do this. Let me just share my entire screen. That way you'll be able to see. Okay, here we go. So this is my studio. Y'all saw the picture, right? This is my studio in the vocal booth. Now you would have never known that that was that picture. So look, I did a series of photos. Did I use this? Yep, I used this image. I went in and I cleaned it up. I didn't even have on any makeup that day, you guys. All of these programs can put, find programs to put makeup on your face and all that kind of stuff, but still keep it looking natural so you're not looking like, a plastic person. So that was another one. I didn't use that one. Didn't like it. Didn't like that one. I shot these. I did use this on one of my flyers. Okay. This is the actual image that it was on the CD cover. I do use this in a promo from time to time. I had these images ready and available for me to use them. Didn't use those three. So you understand when you have let me stop sharing. You understand when you have all of these pieces and you begin to put them together, your media, your marketing, your promotions, your public relations, your managers, all of these different people. When I was on tour, I had to use a lot of different things for touring. Canva was my best friend, you guys. All of my promotional stuff that I use for the Atmosphere encounter. When I released my song Atmosphere, I was very, very intentional. I need you guys to hear me because I'm going to go back here and then I'm going to transition to my other segment here in just a moment. Where am I on StreamYard? Okay, let me share this part. I know y'all probably saying Celine got a lot of sharing. I do, but I want to make sure that you all understand what's happening, okay? I'm giving you examples because I think it's important. So when I released the song Atmosphere, this is the promo that I use at the Atmosphere encounter. Now I want you to pay very close attention to some details. Website information is there. Who helped me? Who was my promoters? Who were the ones who were in covenant with me that helped me really push this out, right? Then all of the people that were guest artists on my program, I got information from them, all of their social media information. And I have a QR code, which is so important, you all. Put QR codes on your stuff, especially the printable items. I have a QR code here that if you scan it, it's going to take you so that you can actually link to all of the artists. You'll link to myself. Here's my CD cover. Look, it's in theme. Tim did these photos, but I did the design work. Okay, it's very, very important, you guys, that you understand how to put all of these things together. And if you do not, then you need to hire someone to do it, because you don't want to, you only have one time. You only have one time to put your best foot forward. You cannot do a redo. So once it's out there, it's out there. And sometimes I see people put things out there and I'm like, oh my God, why do they do that? It totally throws off the brand. That's why a lot of times when someone asks my husband and I to come and speak somewhere, where I'll say, honey, please let them tell me, I'll do the flyer. Unless I've seen their flyers and, they have somebody professional doing it and it looks good. Why? Because that is a part of our brand. And I worked extremely hard to build the brand. Make sure that if you cannot do these things on your own, that you hire a professional, that you get a team together. Like Carla said earlier, this is a part of your team whomever, Team D Boom, Team Ricky Paul, Team KGH Ministries. Those of you that are here, I see on YouTube. Listen, you are a part of something that is bigger than you. And if you don't treat it that way, and you have a small mindset and mentality of like, oh, I'm just a little independent artist, I may not be Tamala Mann or Yolanda Adams. No, honey, I am just you just don't know me yet. But you have to set yourself up that way, because if you don't and you come across that way, when you can't elevate to the next level. Okay, you cannot elevate to the next level. So if anybody has any questions about as far as public relations, Carla really covered that very well. You do want to make sure that you attack every form of public relations that you possibly can. What do I mean by that? You want to take, and I was going to go through this, but I don't have time to do it right now. You want to have a 90-day rule to promoting your project. Don't do like I did. I did this one time, y'all. I don't know, it was just a sporadic thing. It was a prophetic thing, and the whole thing was prophetic. It was like I did it, and then the Lord said release it. So, but that's not how I normally do stuff. I normally try to follow a 90-day rule. Once you get the project completed, your studio stuff is important. I don't even have time to really go into that because it's not my assignment today, but once you complete your stuff studio wise and you go through this creative process I just described, then you go into this 90-day rule of promoting. You need to take time to really promote your stuff, you guys. Stop dropping stuff. Oh, this is an exclusive, I'm dropping it tomorrow. Nobody know. You haven't given any build up to it at all. Like I said, don't do what I did that one time. Writing a press release, making sure that you're tapping into other public related places, radio, magazine, blogs, podcasts, TV shows, other people's websites is so important. I talked to you guys about a one sheet. Why is that important? Because that's what radio is looking for. You don't just send them your CD cover and your song. If you're really wanting to take your stuff to the next level, you need a one sheet. Okay, so I wanted to make sure that I shared that with you guys also. So we got to get the buzz going. What does that mean? You got to keep it before people, you all. You got to keep the buzz before people. You said, is there a network out there? I'm not sure what you're asking me, D Boone. Is using a magazine news. Yes, those are all good. You got to use all of those things to noise abroad your ministries, because I know we're talking about gospel music, and with me coming from a secular background where I see excellence, they're not slipping on these things that I'm talking about. They have an entire team that will put all of these things together, but we as independent artists have to do that. We have to put these things together. And that's why having these pieces and being able to hire the professionals to do so, or learning how to do some of these things on your own, investing in taking classes and courses in the business, in the areas that you need to be strengthened in, that you want to learn more about, is very, very important. Explain a one sheet. I had the one sheet up earlier. I'm not sure when you guys came on. Let me see if I can find it again, because I went into great detail about what a one sheet was. So you might have to go back and watch hold on, let me see if I can find it. Give me 1 second. Go back and watch the replay, so that way you can, get it. But let me see if I can find it real quick. Where did I have it? Yeah, I can't find it right now because I think I took it down. But let me see if I can find it real quick for you guys. But we're going to talk about something else that's really close to my heart, and that is us having a really good year. I can't find it right now, you guys. I think I accidentally closed it out. So yeah, go back and watch the replay. But the one sheet is something that you need when you're sending it out to record labels. And if you want me to do one for you, just reach out to me, and that way I can actually craft one for you as I do. Okay. All right, so now we're going to switch over. If you guys could just give me a second, I want to switch over to my other device so that we can talk about stage presence and etiquette on stage, because so many artists that I see are really struggling in this area. And so I want to be able to give you some tips and tricks on that. So if you guys just give me 1 second, Alyssa or Pastor T, if you can just put up a screen for a second and give me like two minutes to transition, that would be awesome. Thank you.
Do you have merchandise that you are looking to sell? Are you an author, a singer, musician, a designer? Or do you have jewelry that you would like to get in front of a collective audience? If so, Season 17 of the Prayze Factor Awards has advertising and vending opportunities just for you. Whether you want to set up in person during the awards weekend, or you need a virtual vending spot, contact us today to secure your advertising or vending opportunity. We have very reasonable advertising packages. You can get an ad in the souvenir book, or get a vending booth for the entire weekend. Each opportunity will get your merchandise and your brand before the masses. So head on over to PrayzeFactorAwards.com, click on the Get Involved menu tab, and be sure to sign up today.
All right, hopefully you guys can hear me pretty clearly and see me okay. I believe that you can. I'm kind of monitoring here from my laptop. So today we're going to be talking about stage etiquette, stage presence, all of these things. I don't have my lights on today. Hold on 1 second for me, you guys. Get my lights on. We're talking about these things because a lot of artists, especially newbies, don't really understand the magnitude of stage presence. And if you are not engaging your audience and you're losing them because you're just standing there singing. So I want to give you some ideas about a few things. When you first come on the stage, you need to always greet your audience. You need to look at them in the face, because that's going to help you to get rid of your nerves if you have any, which sometimes we do. I've never been, ever since my first talent show, I don't get nerves. I may get a little anxious because I'm ready to do it, but I don't get nervous anymore. Why? Because I built up my confidence in my stage presence, in my performance, in my vocal ability, that I know that when I come on stage, I'm going to look the part, I'm going to sound the part, and I'm going to be engaging to my audience because I want them to feel the song that I'm ministering to them with. Okay? So it's really, really important for you to make sure that you greet your audience when you come out. Do not take forever and a day. Make sure you follow the protocol of the parameters that they have set up for you at whatever event that you're being booked at. So a lot of times when you're doing award shows, you don't have time to talk. Hey, how y'all doing? God bless you. All right, let's praise the Lord. Hallelujah. And the come on sound, and then the song starts. You don't have a lot of time to talk. And if they share that with you, do not go outside of the parameters of what the production staff and the production team, the stage manager, whomever is in charge that has given you directives. We cannot go outside of the directives. Okay, it's really, really important and crucial that we do that. The other thing that I wanted to share with you guys is that you need to make sure that you are dressed the part. that you are stage ready. Make sure that you're not wearing a gazillion colors if there's a lot of colors in the background. For television, normally I do solid colors. They tell you, they even send you the information when they send the booking to you oftentimes, for those of you who've never done TV before, wear solid color. Why? Because typically there's a lot going on in the background. In this particular instance here at the church, we have a white background, and I did that on purpose. Because if somebody's wearing colors, then they'll stand out and they won't be clashing with what's happening with the background, okay? So that's really, really crucial and important. The other thing that I want to talk to you all about is movement on stage. Being your authentic self is important, but there are also some basic things that you should know as an artist. And when you are on stage, unless a song calls for, you might be doing a concert and you're gonna pull up a chair and sit down and sing to them for a while. I know Ricky Paul is on here. I've seen him do that before. It was effective. Why? Because that particular song, the Mama song, it was okay for that. It puts you in the mood. It's got a nice little swing to it, and the audience is still engaging with the audience though. He's not just sitting there. He's not just just sitting there like this. I remember. No, he's still moving, and he's still moving his hands and so forth and so on. And because he's a good example of staying in the lane of his artistry. He's more of a gospel, country, soul type of singer. So you're not gonna see him come dressed in, some jean. Well, I won't say that. A whole suit, right? Like he's about to go preach. That's not symbolic, and we're still talking about all the things that I've been talking about since the beginning of this. That's not symbolic of a country, gospel, southern singer. He's got his hat on, right? He has, whatever other clothing that symbolizes that. So that's really key and important. When you're on the on platforms and different things, they give directives about area of stage. Meaning that, okay, don't go past this point, and don't go past this point. And don't go further than here, and then over there in the same points. Why is that? And you got to think of like the V concept, because it's like that. It's like a V concept. That's kind of how I move when it comes to being on stage. So they're saying, Talene, don't go all the way over here. I want to come over here and minister to so-and-so. Well, guess what? I'm out of the frame. I'm out of the frame, and I'm out of order. So now the camera, unless they have a boom camera, the boom camera might be trying to follow you, but what happens is there's no lighting over there. So we can't see you. When Pastor T or whomever she gets to go through and edit the stuff, or any other person, other event that you might be at, they can't edit it. They might have to edit you out completely or cut your performance. Why? Because you didn't follow proper protocol. If they tell you to stay in between these two areas and stay on the stage and don't be jumping off the stage, like I know a lot of my rap, I know y'all get hyped and you want to hype the people up. But if they tell you to stay on the stage, then you got to do your hyping right here from the stage. Come on, everybody over here on the right. Can you go? Come on, can I hear y'all say, oh? You can still be effective that way. You don't have to be all down on the floor and running around in between the aisles and all. No. Proper protocol. It's really, really important, because what will happen too often, now will they probably cut your performance? They will probably, or it'll be real short, or they'll be cut completely, but they won't ask you to come back. So it's really important to follow, and if you have questions, please ask them, well, oh, okay, let me make sure. Where am I supposed to stand? Where am I? Like when I'm singing with Ismail and we're doing the prayer, I know I can't be doing the Talim thing where I'm all over the stage and I'm singing and I'm doing this and I'm moving here. No, I have to do those exaggerated movements right here between Ismail and I if he were here, or me and Carlington when we're singing together. So knowing stage presence and etiquette is so important. Can you sing with just a microphone and a stand? Absolutely. Can you still command the attention of your audience? Absolutely. That's why you got hands. That's why you can, make movements with your body, but still keep your face in front of the mic. And when I learned all of these principles by watching a lot of other entertainers over the years, I realized that was valuable because when I go places, I see all kind of stuff with artists. They have no clue. And that's why you have to do your due diligence and your research, or get with a professional or somebody that you know knows what they're doing, and give you some pointers. And the last thing that I want to talk about in reference to, and I'll reiterate this again, ladies, put some makeup on your face. You are on stage, and the bright lights will wash you completely out. So you want to make sure that you have on proper makeup application. The last thing that I want to talk about, and I'll open it up for questions and answers, is mic etiquette. This is a big one. Mic etiquette. Listen, you have to learn the not just the tone of your voice, but the power of your voice. And I know if I'm about to hit a crazy note, a powerful note, I'm not gonna be all like this in the microphone, about to break y'all eardrums. You're gonna be like, woo. Even if you don't want to grab your ears, you're gonna make a face because it's piercing to your audience. Please don't do that. Learn mic technique. Mic technique is holding the mic like this where your face can still be seen, but your voice can still be heard. My technique is if I hit a note, oh, I know that if I'm at the veracity at the top of my voice, I'm not going to bring the mic way in and just leave it there the whole time because y'all going to be ready to hold your ears. Learning mic technique is so important. Get in some space. I don't care if you got to get one of those little karaoke machines and practice your mic technique, because a lot of independent artists' mic technique is terrible. I'm just gonna keep it real because I want you all to be better. Get a coach. If you need a coach that will do a couple of sessions with you, I've been really considering doing some coaching in this area because I see it so much, and I do have a passion and a compassion to want to help other people. The other thing about mic technique, don't do this if you are the lead vocalist. I love you. I love you. Oh, I love you. Like that is so distracting. Why do you keep putting the microphone down like you are a background singer? No, ma'am. No, sir. We are to keep the microphone up, even if you're not singing. Now, every now and again, you might be able to take a break, but the break should make sense in the song. Like if you, oh, thank you, oh, we welcome you. It needs to make sense. But if you're in between every line, you're up and down with the microphone, making me dizzy. Now y'all laughing at me. It's too much. That's horrible mic etiquette. Horrible mic etiquette. So you keep the mic just below the chin, so that way you can make sure. And if it's not projecting, that means you need to probably get some vocal lessons and learn projection and learn how to hold your notes, without the microphone being all up in your mouth and the cup in the mic. No, please stop. Can't y'all tell how that works me? Please stop. Please don't do that. Don't cuff the microphone, because now you sound muffled. I can't understand a word you're really saying unless I take my hand down away from the mic and it's clearer now. The other thing that I want to share, and then I'll open up for questions, is sound checks. Learn how to do a proper sound check. You know exactly what you need to hear when you're up on stage. If you have the beautiful thing of having stage monitors, because not everywhere you go you have monitors, and singers, you need to learn how to sing if you don't have monitors. You need to still learn how to be able to stay on pitch when you don't have a monitor. How do you do that? Play it in the house somewhere and put the music in front of you, but kind of at a distance, and yet still sing the song, because you have to learn how to sing even if you don't have monitors. I can't begin to tell you how many places I have been down through the years and I didn't have a monitor to hear myself. But when you do have the luxury of having a monitor, make sure that you give the sound man the correct information on how you want your sound to sound. How you want your vocal to sound. I need more treble. I need more bass. Can you give me more highs? Can you give me a little more mids? If you don't know what that stuff is, that's something that you need to learn as an artist. Because when you go places, you need to be able to effectively communicate with the sound man or lady. So that way, you're in a place where when you are up and ready to do your performance, you're not struggling. Now, sometimes you might have done a sound check and it don't sound like it did when you did the sound check. There could be several reasons for that. And one of the biggest reasons is when normally you're checking, the empty room is empty. So once bodies start filling the room, it absorbs the sound. So they may have to turn you up, but it shouldn't be anything drastic. You understand what I'm saying? Learn cues to talk to the sound man. Can you turn up my mic? Hey, can I get more mic in the speakers, the monitors? Learn these things, you guys, because they're going to be things that are going to make or break you or separate you from that person in the sound who say, oh man, they know their stuff. They know how they want their music. Of course, rappers, they want a lot of bass with their music, but you gotta be careful that the bass doesn't override the vocal. We need to be able to hear what you're saying. It's very, clarity in speaking and singing is so important. So I hope that I wish you all were actually here in front of me, because I would have some of you come up and do some exercises so I could see if you really learned something today. But that's okay. I may be giving a class really soon on this in person, because I do really feel like so many artists need this, and it's nothing wrong with investing in yourself, you guys. Make sure that you invest in yourself. I know we as artists have a lot budget-wise, that we're putting out a lot of money when it comes to our music, and it's not always coming back like we want it to. But I'm going to tell you something. When you invest in yourself, it's going to come back. It may come back in a different way, but don't ever feel like you can't. And kind of space stuff out if you can. Say, next year, I'm going to focus on having better stage presence. Maybe I do need to book a session with Celine or someone else that you might know that could really teach you that. Or maybe there's something online that I can come across that could teach me even more. Learning these things, learning the terminologies, proper, ways of holding. Can I switch hands? Sure you can. You can switch hands when you're singing. Just make sure that you still keep the mic in the same place, right? Y'all see that? Really, really important. So I'm gonna come back to the computer and I'm gonna open it up for Q&A because we have about 10 minutes or so. Does anybody have any questions? You can reach out to me at TaleneHarris.com. I'll put that in the chat here. If you do have any further questions or you want some graphic work or anything like that, consultation, then you all can book a session with me if you want. Oh, it didn't go through. I'm not sure why it didn't go through. But anyway, maybe somebody can put that in the comment section for you all. TaleneHarris.com or TaleneHarris@gmail.com is my email address. I don't see any comments or questions. So I just want to thank Pastor T, aka Dr. T, Pastor T to me for many, many years, my dear friend and sister. Thank you so much, for allowing me to be able to share this with artists. I hope you as artists feel my heart. And that's the other thing, you all, that we have to learn and have to understand. You have to have a thick skin in this business. If people give you critiques that are going to help make you better, then you definitely want to accept that. If they're not jealous of you and they're not trying to put you down or anything like that, but they're trying to help to build you up, then that's a good thing. Take that information and run with it. Become a better person. You learned a lot, D. Boone. All right, awesome. You're welcome, Ricky Paul. You're so welcome. Anybody else have any other questions before I turn this over to the beautiful Miss Alyssa? All right, thank you guys so much. Have a great and amazing day, and please make sure that you join us at Prayze Factor season 17 tonight, Thursday night. I'm going to be singing tonight at the kickoff, at the meet and greet. I would love to meet and greet each and every one of you. Thank you so much. God bless you. Back to you, Alyssa.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Talene, for all of those great nuggets. Yeah, I learned a lot. So I know there was a lot for you all to learn. I'm an artist, but I don't sing like y'all sing. So it's absolutely a wonderful thing to be able to be glean no matter what you're doing. If you're in front of a mic, you could learn something from what Talene just gave. So take it in, take consideration, and get the coaching that you need. Thank you again, and welcome to the Prayze Factor Award Season 17 Gospel Industry Business Symposium. Next up, we will have Uncle G from Uncle G Records. We are very excited to have you, sir. Welcome back to the Praise Factor Awards Season 17 Industry, Gospel Industry, Business Symposium. I am Alyssa T, True Stuff Magazine's Beauty is Me 2024, and I have with us today Uncle G of Uncle G Records. He will be talking to us today about radio servicing, charting, and distribution. Hey, Uncle G, how you doing? Welcome back to Praise Factor Awards Season 17 Gospel Industry Business Symposium. I am Alyssa T, True Stuff Magazine's Beauty is Me 2024. And we are here to welcome Uncle G of Uncle G Records to talk to us about radio servicing, charting, and distribution. Take it away, Uncle G.
Hey, good morning, everybody. Good afternoon, depending on where you are. Thanks a lot for having me. I'm so grateful to Pastor T and the Praise Factor Awards for allowing me to share a little information on this platform. And let's get into it. Let's start off with distribution. For you new and up-and-coming artists, independent artists, it's important to have some reliable distribution. I know there are a lot of digital platforms out there now. You know, back in the day, we relied on getting the same platforms as some of the majors. So everybody always wanted to be in Walmart or some of the mom and pop stores when they were doing CDs. But now that these CDs are dinosaurs, all we need now is digital distribution, and there are a number of ways to obtain that. There like CD Baby and DistroKids and all of that out there. But most importantly, it's good to have some type of promotion or airplay about your music before you just record. Because a lot of artists just like to say we're in the lab, we work, and we're in the studio, and you record your music, and then you don't have a budget to promote it, because you can still sign up for these digital outlets and get your music heard, or be able to stream or download on these digital outlets. But if nobody's heard it or know that it's even out there, you're doing yourself a disservice. So my thing, I encourage everybody to save you a little budget for your marketing promotion outside of social media, because social media only reaches so much, and you can only reach so many people at your church and your family. So you really want to make music for the world. So you want to save you some type of budget, money or budget, to help promote the fact that you even putting a new project out, or a new single out, and you want to have a marketing budget to help find yourself a reputable radio promotions person to get that same music to the airwaves. Um, so we could touch on that a little bit about the importance of the distribution, but also without, you can have distribution, but like I said, without the marketing of having a reputable radio person to do your radio promotions to get your song heard around the country. And there are several people out there that are reputable. And it really depends on you. It really depends on what type of audience are you trying to reach. Are you trying to be a local artist? Are you trying to be a regional artist, or if you're trying to be a national artist? Sometimes if you're just trying to be local or regional, you can do it, yourself. You can make phone calls on your own behalf and call, radio stations in your region or in your local market, and try to make a name for yourself. But again, it's still good to get on as many events, as many shows as humanly possible locally, so people can be aware of who you are outside of your friends and your family and your church members. So, with that being said, again, depending on if you don't have a large budget, if you want to do it in the grassroots, you may want to make the phone calls yourself, or find a family member to make the phone calls. But if you're trying to make it to some of these FM stations, some of these larger stations, or larger companies like iHeart, or a radio, or Urban One, or Cumulus, you may want to get someone with a name, a reputable person that has a relationship with these program directors, that can get some attention to your music. There are, like I said, there's a lot of people out there on social media saying that they're radio promoters. There's a lot of people that are out there soliciting artists, saying I can do this or that, and I can get you this placement. But one thing I've learned in my 25 or 30 plus years of doing this, I never guarantee anybody that I can get you charted, I can get you top 30 or top 10 or number one. But what I will guarantee people is, when it's my, speaking about myself, I'll give you 150% and put you in a position to get your music charted. Anyone that can tell you, I can get you charted, either they know something I don't know, or they, have relationships with people doing other things behind the scenes, that they can get that done. But to guarantee somebody, number one, me personally, I don't do that. So again, you can do it yourself. You can find somebody with the name and the reputation. Ask them, make certain that you ask them for some references. Ask them what projects they worked before. Ask them to see some numbers that what they have accomplished for other artists, how long they've been doing it, their success rate, before you just up just because of the price of what someone tells you. You just up and give them your money and say, okay, this would be a good fit for me because they were cheaper than the other person. Sometimes you'll find yourself spending more money trying to go the cheap route than to initially go to someone that has a reputation that could really help you get your music heard in the very beginning. I'm sorry we got disconnected. But like I was saying, if you find yourself a reputable radio promotions person that has a track record of getting some songs charted, check their record, see who they work with, the success rate that they've had. Have they had any music charting? Because people do radio of higher radio promotions person for different reasons. And that's something that you have to ask yourself. Are you looking to get a #1 record? Are you looking to get on the charts? Or are you looking to expand your reach to people that can generate either sales or get you more bookings? Me, myself, I'm always trying to get my artists as much airplay as humanly possible, but it's with the sole intent of getting them more sales and getting them booked around the country. Because we could have a great record. You could have the best record in the world that nobody has heard. So you really want to find you somebody that has a track record of getting music heard on the airwaves. And again, it's totally up to you whether you're trying to do it on a local level, on a regional level, or on a national level. Because there's nothing wrong with having small beginnings. You can start locally because a lot of people say, hey, if they can't break me in my own backyard, it'd be hard to get heard somewhere else. And sometimes your budget may only be for something local or regionally because most radio promoting people nationally that do it on the national level. Most people at the very minimum will charge you $1,000 on up to some people charge up to $3,000 depending on who it is and what their track record is. Some people charge in excess of $3,000. But to really get someone, good national person with a background, with a history of getting some music played around the country should cost you anywhere from $1,000 a month. It used to be a time where people do 3 months minimum. That's no longer, I don't think. If someone does that, it's kind of hard these days to get a song broken in just 3 months. So I would suggest that you be prepared to pay someone at least 6 months to give them an opportunity to get your music played, because even now it takes at least a month, 3 weeks to a month, to make certain that everybody has received the music once it's sent out and that they've had time to listen to it and spend time with it to consider the airplay. Unless you have someone with a real good reputation where they have a good relationship with these program directors that can get you at the top of the list to get you heard because of their name, especially if you're brand new or independent artist. But those are some of the things that I would be looking towards. Those are some of the things that I would be concerned with. And as far as the charts, there are a lot of charts that have popped up in the last year or two. Back in the day, people only looked at the Billboard charts, the media-based charts, and it used to be a Billboard gospel indicator charts with a panel of stations. And the way these charts are set up, Billboard, I would say most artists looked at that. It's the #1 platform. Everybody wanted to have a #1 song to be charted on Billboard. And that's a panel of stations that are made up of maybe 30 stations, if that many. Used to be a little bit more. But it used to be a thing that if you were on Billboard, most of the Billboard stations were also on media base, but not all Billboard stations are charted on media base. But now Nielsen is gone, so it's not really a Billboard. It's still a Billboard chart, but it used to be a service that you can buy as a radio program. And that's another important question to ask. If someone solicits you or you solicit them to be your radio promoter, to make certain that they have access to media base where they can track you, they can actively track your record. Because if they just saying they're making phone calls and servicing your record and that they're not unable to see the success of your record in real time, is almost like having a preacher without a Bible. That tracking service is essential to any reputable radio promoter. So that's another thing you want to put on your list when you're looking to hire somebody to service your record and track your record for you. Without that service, they're just on honor system. They're no different than you. If the song is being played, if you live in Kentucky, you wouldn't know if a song is being played in Atlanta unless you had the tracking service to where you can see it. And what it is your songs are being encoded. The ISRC number that's encoded in your track allows the tracking service to pick up whenever that song is being streamed or played. So that's important as well to have that. And going back to Billboard, like I said, Billboard used to be the one everybody wanted to chart on Billboard. Now the Billboard charts are out, but the Nielsen service, not the streaming, but the tracking service itself, they're not offering that anymore. So most people are using media base. So like I said before, there are some stations that are on media base that aren't necessarily being tracked for Billboard. They're not Billboard reporting stations and vice versa. And all that is the radio station themselves. Some of them are using the tracking of both. Some of them are just using one or the other. So it's two separate charts, which made it confusing in the beginning when Billboard Nielsen went away. The tracking service went away. It made it confusing because then you had to know which stations tracked on which particular charts. But like I said, everybody looked at Billboard as number one, then media base, and then there was a gospel indicator chart, which was made up of maybe 7 stations in two networks, and that was oh Lord, it escapes me. Mike Chandler is the president of that, but it'll come to me. But it was 2 different networks that was on there. Music. Oh, I'll get it. But anyway, it was composed of that. But that went away. It's been over a year now that panel went away, and they were more friendly towards the independent artists. That was kind of a home, and that became a home for a lot of independent artists to get their music played on that particular panel because they showed a lot of love to the independent artists. And at a time, I can remember back in the day that the major labels wouldn't even bother to service the gospel indicator panel charts. But then everybody started making a big deal about it, a big buzz when the smaller independent labels and artists started charting on there to where they started servicing them as well. And I guess that gave them a little bit more reputation. And then they even came out with the media base, media base internet radio stations. They have a panel. Some people say they still do, but they have a panel where they do charting, and that made that popular to where the stations was able to really solicit and get more people involved in their stations. Which again, me as a radio promoter, and as a label owner, I think it's important to service everybody. At a time before the internet stations had their own panel, not too many people worried about. I'm not going to say not too many people, but the major labels didn't worry about servicing them. And then after they got their own panel, everybody started sending them music, and the independent artists, that was a home for them. That was another home outside the gospel indicator charts to where they can get on those charts as well. And again, as far as the industry, sometimes, it's a cruel world. It's a business. So some people don't honor or look at certain charts as being reputable. But again, it's all in what you're trying to do. Me, myself, like I said, having a label and having artists that I manage, I'm trying to get my music played on anybody, whether you have 5 or 10 listeners or 500,000 listeners. I'm going to service you my artist music because that's, again, that's a chance to get revenue from even a stream or a download, or maybe somebody that's listening, a pastor that might have a church anniversary or a Women's Day event or something like that, or a conference that'll hear that song that one time and want that artist to come into their market. That's what my end all goal is for the revenue, for the stream, for the downloads, and for the artists to get booked. Some artists are just happy to be able to post on social media that they're on a chart. And that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. Like I said, you have to make up in your own mind what you're trying to do with this, especially when you're spending your money. But I wouldn't suggest wasting your money on people that claim that they can get you here or get you airplay. The main thing to do is to do your homework, do your research, do your due diligence. Don't just listen to what somebody tells you can do. Check their references. If they're doing what they say they can do, they won't have a problem with providing you with any information that you need before you make your decision or to make your mind up to spend your money. So I want to give you guys that opportunity if anybody wanted to ask any questions or anything, any concerns, or if you needed me to speak more on the subject maybe that I didn't cover, you need some understanding. I want to open the floor up now if I can, if there are any questions. Anybody? I don't know if this is a previous session. I'm looking in the chat, but I don't know. Pastor T, can you help me?
I don't see any questions at the moment, but I do see that it says from Miss Minnie Carter, good afternoon. Thank you for sharing this information.
Okay, gotcha. Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And we do want to thank Uncle G so much for taking the time out to come and share this valuable information with us. If you are in need of a record label and or radio servicing, please contact Uncle G Records. Thank you so much, Uncle G. We appreciate you greatly. And
Thank you.
thank you. Yes, sir. Our absolute pleasure. Thank you. Thank you. And again, we welcome you back to Prayze Factor Awards Season 17 Gospel Industry Business Symposium. I am your host, Alyssa T. True Self Magazine's Beauty is Me 2024. Next up, we will be talking about studio prep with Sean Keys. Sean Keys will take it away from here.
Hey everybody, this is Sean Keys here. I want to first say what an incredible honor it is to do this session with you guys today and just break down some important things that we need to know as it relates to recording and the whole artist, producer, studio process. Special shout out to Pastor T. Thank you for this opportunity. And I want to dive right in. So first thing we want to talk about today is just different things that we need to be aware of to get the best out of our recordings, the best out of our studio sessions, and the things that are going to set us up to have the ultimate amount of success possible in our careers as creatives. The thing that we generally don't pay a lot of attention to or we rush into is the actual recording of our music. And as we know, that's one of the most vital points of our presentation to the industry. I don't know if you've maybe heard the saying, you're only as good as the song. That's very, very, very important and very true statement. Not actually the literal sense of that, speaking to someone's self-worth, but you only have one chance to make a first and lasting impression. So I think it's imperative that we lock in to being our best when it comes to that. So first, let's talk about the actual inception of the song, writing the song. Most of the time, a lot of us tend to feel that, or in a lot of experiences that I've had, people have tended to feeling as if they should be the sole writer of the song. But there is power in collaboration. If you see a lot of other genres, they're collaborating more. And the result of that is the fact that they have a lot more hits. If you look at the country genre, most of the time, those people are coming together in writing sessions and getting together and putting their thoughts together and sharing ideas about what could be a great song, and they're writing these songs together. R&B does the same thing as well. But for some reason in the gospel space, we tend to not want to get into that type of environment that could actually better our materials. I think it's vital that we have collaboration during the process of writing. Even if you feel like you've written the entire song and you feel like you have something good, it's always good to bounce that off of someone. So when you get into the point of writing a song and you actually have a song, say you get into writing a song and you have 2 or 3 writers in the room, what I always like to say is to handle the business up front so that the business doesn't handle you in the end. I'm gonna say that again, handle the business up front so that the business doesn't handle you in the end. What I mean by that is, has anybody ever heard of split sheets? It is a term that's used in the musical industry to actually divvy up the percentages of what you feel you have given to the song, or the parts of the song that you have written, or your contribution, for lack of a better term, your contribution to the record. And when I say record, I mean song. Record could mean 2 different things. Record could mean the entire album, or record could mean one individual record on an album. So just to clear that up. So let's get back to split sheets. What people generally do in these writing sessions, once they are done with the song, they will actually draw up a split sheet. You can find them online. You can Google split sheet and you'll find them online. And you can pull them up and you will literally sit there and fill them out after discussion, of course. The thing that people run from is the discussion part of this. it's very vital to sit there and talk about what you've contributed to the song. You can, get into a space where, okay, listen, I wrote, the verse and the chorus. I wrote verse 1 in the chorus. You wrote verse 2 in the bridge. And then someone else may have written the vamp or the end of the song. So it's imperative that you get together and discuss it until you all agree. Once you've agreed, you can put it on a split sheet, or it needs to be in some type of writing. Generally, I haven't used actual paper many times with split sheets. Generally, what I have done is I will actually do it via email or text message. As long as you have it in some form of writing, we'll sit down and discuss via text. Because a lot of times I'm writing with people that are not in my same city. So we'll get on a Zoom call, or we'll get on a FaceTime call, or we'll actually text and say, hey, okay, this is what I think about, what we've done. Here's what I think I've contributed to the song, and this is what I feel like I'm entitled to. And we'll go back and forth, if any, until everybody agrees. Once everybody agrees, then I will send out another text saying, okay, here are the splits. Do you all agree with this? And then once everybody says yes, then I would register them with my performance rights organization after getting everyone's information. That's something else that's vital too, having a performance rights organization. Some may say, well, what is that? There are two major performance rights organizations, which is BMI and ASCAP. This is the way you get paid royalties from your music on the composition and author side of a sound recording. What I mean by that is when your song is played on media that is reporting to certain, how can I say, panels of radio stations, or you're streaming on the Spotify's and the Apple Musics of the world, all of the DSPs, as they call them, digital service providers. This is the way that you will get paid for the material that you write. Now, let me dispel the misconception that a lot of people have just getting in. Royalties are not something that you really need to concern yourself with in the inception of writing these songs and recording these songs. That is something that comes along once your song gets the proper exposure, right? Yes, take the necessary steps to do a split sheet and make sure you have all of that done and register these songs with your PROs, but don't get hung up in the fact of you're writing to get royalties, because if you have studied and you see what's going on with what's happening with the the DSPs, the digital service providers, which is like the Spotify's, Apple Music's, Tidal, those particular royalties per stream are less than a penny per stream. So a song has to really pick up a lot of steam and get streamed a lot, or get played on reporting radio stations for you to really see a huge return. So you really have to do this because you love it. If you're trying to do this to become rich, you may need to shift your focus. But yeah, getting back to the split sheets. So it's a couple of different ways that split sheets can be done. It can be done via paper and be sent to everyone, or the electronic way. We live in a digital electronic age now. So text messages are fine, and also emails are fine as well. The next thing I want to talk about is contracts. I don't know why for us in the music industry, sometimes this is a dirty word, but it's always good to have the expectations up front and know exactly what is expected of you as the artist and whoever, or the producer, or whatever role you're playing in this particular process, and the other party. I've always said that if you don't have any expectations, you can expect nothing, because there's nothing that has been set on the table to actually put everything in black and white. With all of my clients, I have drafted a general contract, generic contract of what exactly the expectations are, what the fees will be, what is, when payments are due, the whole timeline process of when things should be completed by, how the process works, what is going to be expected after the process is over, who owns the rights to XYZ. It's good to get all of those things up front. Well, some person may say, hey, well, I don't have any contracts available. Again, these things are applicable to you via the internet as well. You can look up standard recording studio contracts. You can look up those things and you'll be able to kind of navigate through those and adjust them accordingly to how it best suits your situation. You have to do contracts though. It's very, very, very vital, because then up front, everybody knows what the expectations are and there's nobody blindsided in the process. It's very vital, because then at the end of the day, if things go left, which I hope they won't, but if things go left, everybody knows what was expected. Everything's clear in black and white. And I've heard so many horror stories about people sending deposits to people and never hearing from them again, which is a sad shame. But my question to them would always be, did you have a contract? Because then at that point, you can hold them accountable for what was put into the contract. Let's talk about the best way an artist can be prepared for their recording session. The biggest thing for this, or with this for me, is that every artist has to know the song. And when I say that, I don't mean know it just kind of glossing over knowing the song. Like, I kind of know it, I kind of got a feel of what it's supposed to be. I'm talking about actually knowing a song like you know your name and who you are. Reason for that is that you cannot deliver fully what you don't feel in your heart and your soul and your spirit. Especially when it relates to our style of music, of gospel. But I can't really say that, because it's every style of music. Music is meant to inspire, spark inspiration. Music is supposed to make you feel a certain type of way. So I think it's vital for every artist to dig in, study, and know the song as if you're going to be tested on it. That's the only way that you can deliver the song in excellence. Just think about it in this regards. When you get into the booth to sing this song, you don't want to have the extra added stress of trying to remember what part is what. How does this part go? How does this melody go? Because at that point, you're trying to emote and bring all of the emotion out during your session, so that people can feel the message that you're trying to convey. So I think it's very important to make sure that you know the song. It starts there. Know the song. Know the environment you'll be recording in. Look up now most of the times you'll have a producer to do these things for you, as far as what studio you're going to be recording in, what equipment they have, making sure that what they have is going to be vital. It's going to be the top quality stuff to give you a top quality recording. I'm going to get a little bit into that more when I talk about one of our last points. But that's something as an artist that I think you probably should take into consideration as well, just to make sure that you're getting the best, you're getting captured the best way. The importance of that is that I always like to say trash in, trash out. I know it's kind of harsh to say that, but you can't expect to have a rusty recording, and I'm using the word rusty as a descriptive term, and think that you're going to get this shiny, polished product at the end. So be aware of where you're going to record. What's the reputation of this particular studio? What have they put out that I can go listen to and hear the quality of how it was recorded? I can go on their social media and catch the vibe of how the place is if they have those type of things. I think that's another way to be prepared for the session, especially when we're talking about gospel music. I think the another way, to be prepared is to be prayed up and be ready for your session and what you're trying to do. This is a business, but it is ministry as well when we're talking about gospel music. So I think the biggest thing is to be prepared spiritually and mentally before going into these sessions. Let's talk about the next thing. The importance of studying the music before the session is what we already talked about. And that's one of the ways to be prepared is studying the music, making sure you know exactly how the song goes. Because at that point, if you do that, you'll be able to embellish a little bit or deviate from what the song is in its base point and add to it and make the song more beautiful or put yourself into the song. But the only way to do that is to make sure you know the song. Studying the musicians, study the record, the demo of the record before you play the record. Make sure you know the basis of how the song is supposed to go. I even think this is critical for engineers as well. A lot of times with my engineer, Reggie, I will send him a song in demo format before we record it so that he kind of knows what gear to use. So I think that onus is not on just the artists themselves. It's on everybody in the recording process to get a great product. The importance of good production for both radio versions and performance tracks. Let's start with just the fact of good production. I think the thing that we have to realize is that it's necessary to get someone other than ourselves that knows exactly what they're doing as it relates to production. A lot of times, and I'm not against this, there are some self-produced artists out there. By all means, if you can do that, that's fine. But it's always great to have another set of ears to be able to bring your project to its ultimate level. You don't want to just have just your ears on it because you may have one view of how everything is supposed to pan out. As it relates to this, I think having someone else that's reputable, that has a great proven track record, and that is really good and really professional at what they do can only enhance what you're doing. Let me speak to the producers here as well. You have to be very professional, timely, and be able to execute what the artist is asking for. As a producer, it is not our vision solely, but it is our duty, if I will, to bring that artist's vision to fruition. They may have an idea or a concept, and it's up to us to make that idea or concept commercially viable so that people get it, so that the radio can play it. As it relates to that, you can't have a 5-minute and 50-second song or a 9-minute song and expect to get it played on radio. Those songs have to be cut down to radio format, anywhere from 3 minutes to 3 minutes and 50 seconds, at the max 4 minutes. 4 minutes, you're even pushing it at that point. But keep those things in mind. When you think about that, as it relates to producing an artist, you seeking out production for someone that can give you radio versions and performance tracks. But let's stay on radio for a second. There are only so many spots or slots for radio play. Think about the advantage you have if your song falls in the criteria of what radio is looking for. You have a better shot at your song being played over someone that has a great song that's 9 minutes long or 5 minutes long. Usually with those things, you're looking for songs that get into the hook fast, meaning they don't have super long intros. They're into the first verse if that's the first part of the song. Once they're out of that verse, they're into that hook. What I generally like to share with producers and artists is that you generally want to be into your hook within the first 30 seconds of the song. That may feel very quick, but you think about it, if you count seconds to 30, that's a good number of minutes, or not minutes, I'm sorry, we're talking seconds here. That's a good number of time, or a good margin of time, I should say, to get from the intro to the verse into your hook, because that's what people are going to sing. Most of the time, they're not going to sing the verses until they really get to know the song. They're going to sing that hook. So you want to be into that hook at least into at the most 30 seconds into the song, maybe 45 seconds into the song, but you want to get there at least in that time frame. So in production, make sure we're focusing on that. You can always, now this is the other thing too, you don't want to produce in the mindset that I'm producing this for radio, because generally with that, you'll leave out some special nuggets in a song that may actually make the song, in a long form version. So I would say make the song in a long form version, but make sure you have segments of the song, you know, that you can cut it here and it's a clean cut where nobody even knew you cut it to make it a radio version. I've done it that ways, and sometimes I've gotten a song where it was just in radio format. That's just how the Lord gave it to me, and it worked out that way. But be very, very conscientious of that in production. The other thing too is performance tracks are vital for the artist. You never want an artist to not have what they need when they need it. The biggest portion of the deliverables, once the song has gone through the post-production process, is making sure that you have what we call a TV track, which is a performance track. And what that means is it's the mastered version of the song without the lead vocals on it. That's your TV track. That's what the artist is going to use when they go out to perform the record. There's also a version of a performance track that can be without vocals, period. Generally, that's called the instrumental. And what you need that for is if your artist is going out with background vocalists. So you can take those vocals off and they'll have just the instrumental so they can perform to that. But generally, sometimes artists will like to have the TV track, even if they have background vocals, because that kind of just fattens up the backgrounds. So be conscientious of that. Performance tracks are vital to have. You don't want to show up to an engagement or ministry appointment that you have and you're singing on top of the regular record, the main version with your vocal in there. That's just not something that's smart to do, and it doesn't seem very professional to do that. So make sure you have TV tracks. Oh man, this is a good one here. The importance of a good final mix and mastering of the radio versions and performance tracks. Let's X out the radio versions and performance tracks, because any mastering engineer is going to make sure, mixing engineer is going to make sure that every portion of your song, or every version of your song, I should say, is mixed and mastered. And that's going to be in your deliverables. But let's talk about the importance of having a great mix. It goes back to what I said before about having a rusty recording and expecting something shiny in the end. It's vital to have your songs mixed. What somebody may say, what is mixing? Mixing is once everything is done, you've recorded the entire song, you've recorded your vocals, you recorded your band, you got your BGVs in, you've put all your instrumentation in, everything is great. Now you need to have someone put their hands on it to adjust levels, to add reverb, to make sure your vocals are tuned properly. Just to make sure everything balances out, everything sits well so you can hear it well. Everything is panned to their necessary sides so it doesn't cloud up the mix, and so that everything's not sitting on top of each other. To make sure that your lead vocal is up and out front so that everybody hears your lead vocal, that the backgrounds are blended correctly, that all the voices are being heard, all the elements of the song are being heard, that people will feel the emotion of the song. That's very vital in mixing as well. Mixing can help people actually feel what the song message is supposed to be, because everything will be coming forth in clarity. Now, once that process is done and you have a great mix, then the next step is mastering. People may say, what is mastering? Have you ever been in a situation where you've heard songs that you've listened to, and then you get to this one song and it's a lot lower, it's darker sounding, it's really sounding really small in comparison to the other things that you've heard? Well, that's because either they did not get the song mastered, or whoever did the mastering didn't do a good job. Mastering is like the polish. I always often use this analogy when it comes to mastering. Say that, you watching a car going down the assembly line, and they're building everything, and they're putting everything on, and they're putting the primer on, and then they're putting the paint on. But there's a final step to that, is when they put the clear coat on top of the paint. It adds that sheen and that luster, and it looks polished and finished. That's what mastering does to your record. It's going to add the sheen, the brightness, the wideness, the volume, the thump, the final piece to the puzzle for your record. Make sure you're doing that, because that's going to make your record stand up to anything else that's being played out there. You don't want to send your song in to the radio or put your song on streaming platforms, and when people pop your song on after someone else's song they just listened to, your song is here and that other person's song is here. You're going to hear the difference. So you want to make sure that you're doing that. Let's talk about the importance of how to select the studio. Now, generally, your producer is the person that's going to do this, but I did talk about this a little earlier. Check the environment of what you're doing. Generally, if there is a studio that records a lot of rap records, that's probably not going to be a good fit for you recording a gospel record. I'm all about vibe. All about the vibe of the space. And a lot of times rap music or other genres of music may require different things as it relates to the recording process than you would actually need for recording a gospel record. So that's vital. Make sure that that's something that you're looking into as far as what studio to record at. Budgeting and financial expectations when it comes to recording projects. Oh my God, I probably won't have enough time to get through all of this, but this is something that's vital. You get what you pay for. There's no truer statement ever made in life as it relates to anything. I've heard that, and I hope I can say this correctly because I've heard it several times. I've heard people say that you can get something good, but it won't be cheap and it won't be fast. Or you can get something fast and it won't be good and it won't be cheap. Or you can get something good and it won't be cheap and it won't be fast. I hope I said that right, but you got to think about this. This is an investment into yourself as an artist or whatever role you're serving. This is, and I'm speaking to the artists here, because generally they're the ones that are paying for production and paying for recordings. It is important to invest in yourself. You can't expect to get award-winning results if you're afraid to invest those type of dollars into your projects. Now, you have to also do things within reason as it relates to your recordings. Only you know what you can afford to do. So in whatever your budget is, find that best fit for you and go with it. The other thing that's very important through this is realizing that all of your budget cannot go to the making of the record. I'm going to say that again, excuse me. All of your budget cannot go to the making of the record solely. One thing that I always tell people is that there is so much more that happens after making that record. That's the easy part. Recording the record, writing the record, that's the easy part. The real work comes in when it's time to promote the record. It's often been said, Uncle G has coined this phrase that has forever resonated with me, is that generally, if you don't promote your record after it's done, you can have the best record that nobody's ever heard of or nobody's ever heard. It's important to make sure that you budget dollars for what you need to do promotionally after you've recorded the record. Who's going to promote this record to radio? What is the budget for that? How much is this person charging me monthly for that? Do I need to do some type of campaign via social media flyers and things of that nature? Recording content, that's a big one nowadays. The scope of how we promote records has changed a little bit. Now we're in the digital age where a lot of things are going to social media, but you have to get quality content and shoot that to promote your project. So think about that. How much is it going to cost for me to hire somebody to come in and edit and shoot and edit these videos so that I can promote my records on social media so people know that I even have something coming out? That's a vital part of it. So get those budgets in mind and think about what exactly it is you want to do and make the investment. Don't be afraid to make the investment. If you don't have the money to make the investment right now, save up. Don't set out to do it and not have the investment, and then you shortchange yourself in the long run. And the last point I want to talk about is a big one. Professional versus do-it-yourself recordings. Y'all, I can't stress enough how the industry, as it relates to the marketing industry of selling stuff to record with, has exploded, and people are generally feeling like they can do it themselves. My advice to you is, if you're not well versed and you don't know exactly how to do it professionally, I would say go with a professional to get the maximum out of what you're trying to do. However, if that is not an option, there is something called YouTube University, and I'm saying that in a joking way, but there are so many instructional videos out there that can help you become better if you're going to do it yourself. Maybe it's your budget that has forced you to have to do it yourself. In that instance, make sure you take the necessary precautions and steps to make sure that you have learned everything you possibly can to make sure your recording comes out as good as the professionals or close to it. YouTube is vital, man. You can go on there and type in anything as it relates to recording and how to do this and how to do that. And somebody has posted a video to show you how to do it. Even to the point of if you don't know what to buy, there are instructional videos as in depth as what things to buy if you're going to record, and if you're going to record at a certain level. There's different price points and things of that nature. So I think it's really up to you as far as your budget is concerned, but I have seen it done successfully doing it yourself. But if your budget permits and you can do it professionally. Hire somebody professionally. You're gonna be privy to some top tier gear that you may not be able to afford purchasing it, or may not want to spend the time to learn how to use these things if you do it professionally. I would say you can't really gauge which one would be better. Some would say normally professionally getting it done professionally would be a better route to go to do it. However, if you have the time to, again, invest in yourself and try to hone in on your craft or learn how to do it, you can do it yourself. But if you hear at the point that you're getting into it and it's not sounding like it needs to sound and you're not happy with it, you should get it done professionally. Professionals are going to have access to a lot of other things that you may not. You also think about it like this. If you do it yourself, you're not going to be able to compare your recordings to those that are doing it professionally. It's just something different about that sound. It's because of how they're capturing it. You have, mics out here. If we're talking about recording vocals, you have mics out here that like the $100 to $200 range that you can do it yourself with, and you might actually get a good recording. But if you go into one of these studios that are professional, they may have a mic that's $3,500 that has a preamp that it's going to, or it's getting recorded into a top quality console that's going to give you a certain type of texture to your vocal. So I would say weigh your pros and cons to each. There are pros to recording professionally. There are pros to recording do it yourself. There are cons to recording do it yourself. There are cons to recording professionally. So let's talk about the pros to professionally. You're going to get top quality gear. You're going to have access to those things for your recording. Let's talk about the cons. It may be hefty in price depending on how much you need to use the studio. Let's talk about the pros of do it yourself. Yes, you're going to save money. But let's talk about the cons. You may not get the quality that you would get if you were doing it professionally. So that's something that you have to kind of do on your own and shape your thoughts around what's going to work best for you. So that's going to be it for today. I hope that something I said answered the questions that you may have about recording and being prepared for these type of recordings and better your journey as an artist or a producer or a studio musician or an engineer, whatever thing that you're serving in, whatever role you're serving in. I hope that this helped. Again, shout out to Pastor T and the Prayze Factor family for this opportunity. Thank you. You guys have an amazing and blessed day. If you want to follow me, I'm on all formats of social media. But let me first start with my website. You can get in contact with me or check out my website at www.iamseankeys.com. I'm on all social media. Instagram is generally my main platform that I use, but I am on all of them. You can find me on Instagram at The Smoothest. Let me spell it for you. DASMOOTHEST. Let me do it again. DASMOOTHEST. And then also on all other platforms at Sean Keys.
Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back to Praise Factor Awards Season 17 Gospel Industry Business Symposium. Once again, I am your host, Alyssa T. from True Self Magazine's Beauty is Me. And I am so happy to announce and share that every single person that came to the platform to speak to you all today are multi-award winning in their field. So understand that you got some really good gems. We thank you, Mr. Sean Keys, once again for giving your time and go ahead and putting that out. Without further ado, we have our very own co-captain next to God himself at the helm, which is also multi-award winning. So don't sleep on our doctor, okay? We give to you our pastor, Teresa Jordan. Thank you so much.
Can you hear me, Miss Alyssa?
Yes, ma'am, I can, loud and clear.
Awesome. Well, listen, my dear, thank you so much. You did such an amazing job. I'm so proud of you and G Wade for hosting and facilitating and making sure everything went as smoothly as it could. You know, we can't prepare for every single thing that might happen technically, but today went very well. So kudos to you, my dear. Thank you so much. Appreciate you and much love.
Thank you. Much love.
Okay, so most of you know me, but for those of you who don't, I am Apostle Dr. Teresa Jordan, affectionately known as Pastor T. I'm the founder of the Praise Fest Gospel Network, which is the home for the Praise Factor Awards and a whole other things that I'm not going to get into all of that on today because it's not necessary. We don't need to do all of that. Now, I will say this. I'm typically sitting behind the screen, making sure that everything looks good for everybody and everything is flowing. So y'all excuse me for shaking and adjusting and trying to figure this out on this end. It's a lot more difficult to try to talk to you all as well as push all of the buttons behind the scenes. So hopefully and prayerfully, this will go over well and that you all can hear me. I'm going to I'm going to open that up so I can see if y'all having any technical difficulties, meaning you can't hear me or see me, please let me know. I'll just keep looking over there. But hopefully you can. I am fulfilling the role of the closer on today, meaning we're just about done. So for those of you that are already here in Atlanta and are going to be joining us tonight this afternoon, I should say, for the meet and greet, we're going to get off in time for you to go ahead and refresh and get ready and make your way over to the venue so that we can meet you and hug you and love up on you. I'm excited because we have so many new people joining us for Praise Factor this year, people that I've been seeing online but have never had the pleasure of meeting in person. So the team, we're just elated. We can't wait to get to the meet and greet. And of course, for those of you that can't make it to the meet and greet, that's okay. We're going to love up on you when you get here for the events this weekend. But we're real excited to have so many new people. We love our people that are always coming and supporting and so forth and so on. We couldn't do this without them, but it's great to meet new people and actually be able to put the names and the faces together. So we're excited about that. I do want to make sure before I get into what I'm talking about on today that I remind each and every one of you, please make sure that you're visiting the website, praisefactorawards.com. It's right there on the bottom of the screen, praisefactorawards.com all weekend so that you can keep up with changes and updates and things of that nature, information that you might need as to where you need to be at a certain time or what's virtual and what's in person, all of that. That way you won't be out of place and miss something that you really wanted to be a part of. If you go to the website, praisefactorawards.com, the menu tab that says season 17, that menu tab has our full itinerary there. It has other information there about tickets and all of that good stuff as well. And it also has information there about our rideshare partner for those of you that are flying in and you need transportation to and from the airport, to and from the venues and different places that we're going to be. please consider utilizing our ride share partner, Revo. I know we're so accustomed to Uber and Lyft, and we love them. Kudos, clap, clap. But there's a new rideshare on the scene, and they are actually the official rideshare company for Praise Factor Celebration Weekend. So information is on the website. Just click the banner on the website. It gives you full details of how to register. Real simple, takes about a minute. And then you can use that app for riding and getting your rides around town for the events this weekend. And guess what? They guarantee they're going to come in cheaper. So you are already maximizing some potential because you're going to be saving money. So make sure you are going to praisefactorawards.com, click on season 17 up in the menu tab, and that will give you everything you need to know so that you can have a good flow this weekend. And I'm going to check to make sure y'all can hear me. Good, y'all can hear me. Awesome, awesome, awesome. So wrapping up today, because we really kind of I do my closing and my wrap up in accordance to what has already been shared, kind of like bringing it all together in one little bundle for you, making sure as we close out the sessions that it all kind of makes sense. Okay. So we've had a full plate today. The thrust of what I'm going to be talking about is having a team. Do you need a team? And if so, why? And if so, who should be on your team? So that's one of the things that I'm going to talk a little bit about touring and traveling as well. But the main reason why I like to get into this whole thing about a team, because I think that's one of the most abused words, one of the most abused situations in the gospel industry and or the inspired artist movement industry. My team, my team, my team, my manager, my booking agent, my this, my that, and the other. When I say that it is one of the most abused situations, it's because a lot of times people have these folks that they are deeming their team or their managers or whatever, and they don't need that at the time, and it could cause a hindrance. We had a situation last year where one of the artists that was nominated on the platform actually made it to the finals, didn't even know. They found out after the fact and so forth and so on, and they were a little salty about that. So we were sharing with them, well, we sent this email and that email and tagged this and that and the other. But what was happening is their manager was the one who filled out all of their information and connected all the dots and so forth and so on. But they left out a dot. They weren't telling the artist everything that was going on. So the artist didn't know about the voting. They didn't know about TEMA. They didn't know about the showcasing and all of that stuff. They didn't find out until it was all over that they even made it, as far as they did on the ballot. I'm not sure if they made it to the finals or not, but they made it far enough to where, they were a little upset that they didn't know about it. So we were like, well, we had never heard of you. So why do you even have a manager? Well, I just need some help. Wrong. So we're going to get into that in a little bit. First and foremost, let me say this. If you are even considering and thinking you need a team of people or somebody to help you, you need to get in the posture. Hear me clearly. You need to get in the posture of receiving, being able to receive, and learning. Being able to receive and learning. Get in the posture of like a sponge. I want to take it all in so that I am prepared. I'm ready. I'm doing everything I'm supposed to be doing to be successful in my performing arts ministry. But if you don't have a spirit where you can receive, whether it's constructive criticism or just accolades and praise, you need to be prepared to receive, even the praise, or it could swell your head up and, So you have to be prepared to receive and to learn before you can even start talking about bringing on people to help you. Because nobody can help anybody that already knows everything. So if you already know everything, you don't need a team. Just keep doing what you're doing and eventually you will hit your mark. But if you feel like you got that unction and that restlessness, like I really need some help, I gotta have, then you got to start with making sure that you are ready to receive. Because when you bring on a team, they're bringing their experience and they're bringing the things that they know can help you get to where you're trying to go. And the only thing that would hinder that would be you standing in the way. So make sure you're in that posture, ready to receive. Okay. The importance of having a team. Well, it's important to have a team if you really need one. If you have gotten to a level where you cannot flow in a spirit of excellence without having a team, then yeah, you will need a team. If you are trying to have a team just because you are, I don't want to do all of that, I don't want to do no social media, I don't want to, that's not a need, that's a spirit of lackadaisicalness and lazy. Yep, that's what the apostle said. Sorry, but that is just it in the nutshell. And if you're thinking about it that way, you don't need a team. You need some time management training. Okay? Because if you bring a team into a situation to where all you're trying to do is be, I don't want to do nothing, y'all do everything for me, it's not going to work, first of all. Second of all, they're going to get frustrated because you cannot be a performing artist and not engage. That's impossible. So there, your team is going to get frustrated because you're sitting back talking about you do this, you do that, you do the other, and you're not doing your part. And then when they get frustrated, you're going to get frustrated because if you're paying them, which you should be, if you're paying them, you're going to feel like, well, they mad, they ain't doing what they supposed to do, and now they got an attitude and so forth and so on. And I'm paying my money out to them and so forth and so on. So now you frustrated, they frustrated, and everybody frustrated. It's out of order, right? So the biggest question is, do you need a team? Why are you trying to have a team? You got to really sit with that and ask yourself that question. Most of you, I would say 90% of you that are independent artists and or inspired artists, you do not need a team. Not yet. What you need is, like I mentioned a minute ago, time management. And you need to get before the Lord and say, okay, God, let me make sure I heard you clearly. And I don't really care if you've been doing this 50 years. Go back to the old landmark and make sure that you heard clearly and ask God to be quite definitive in the instructions as to what you're supposed to be doing. Am I a local artist? Am I a regional artist? Am I a national artist? Am I an international artist? Am I a songwriter and not a singer? Or vice versa. Make sure you get clarity from God so that when you go forth, you're going forth in excellence at each level that you go forth. You don't start out at the top. I know doing the award shows and things that we do kind of gives some of you a false narrative thinking that I don't arrive. That's not true, at least not from Praise Factor's point of view. We give you the award to say, good job this year. Keep working, keep striving for that perfection in your performing arts ministry. It's a daily strive. Keep going for it. It doesn't mean you done arrived. Yes, we want to pat you on the back and say, oh, good job. You know, God, we saw you. You worked hard this year, and this is the way to encourage you to keep going. But don't let, because you've gone to this award show and that award show, and you done got a china cabinet full of little trinkets and awards. Now you think you, hey, no. Really understand well, I can only speak for our platform. Understand the purpose of the platform. We're here to teach, train, mold, shape you into your purpose. And along the way, here and there, you might get an attaboy and a job well done, but that does not mean that you need to get a arrogant attitude or pompous attitude like you've arrived. God will surely knock that down quickly. So let's not even go into that. So I say you don't need a team, most of you, not yet. You'll grow into it. Who should be on your team when you get to the place that you really have grown into the, point of needing one? Well, let's start at the beginning. Let's start at the beginning. The initial level of your team is you, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. And I'm not being religious. I'm being so serious. That is the foundation that you need. That's why I said a minute ago, some of you might have to go back to the old landmark and really make sure you heard God. And okay, you heard him, but specifically, what did he call you to do? Because there's a difference in those that have been called to minister at the local church only and those that have been called to the nations. It's a whole different anointing. The warfare is different. The preparation is different. Everything is different. And if you are out of place, that means you're out of the will of God. And if you're out of the will of God, you know that breeds a lot of confusion, turmoil, and frustration. And eventually it will make you quit. And that's not an option. So, how do we avoid that? We get before God in the beginning. And for some of us that might have to go back and start over with this part of it and really lay before God and let him tell you specifically what it is that you're supposed to be doing. Okay, so God said, yes, I want you to go to the nations and take the gospel in song or take the gospel in interpretive ministry, take the gospel in instructive ministry through music. Okay, great. So now you have to do some leg work and prepare for that. So the next part of your team will be a good vocal coach for those of you that are singers. What? I'm 50 something years old. I've been singing. I got 5 albums. That it doesn't mean a hill of beans if it wasn't done right. Well, they love it because they be by who bought it? Mama them, cousin them, people at the church. Okay. But you said God called you to the nations. So it's well beyond that particular circle. So you have to get ready for that. Get you a vocal coach, teaching you how to breathe properly, how to hold those notes properly, how to be in pitch, on the right pitch, the right tones, the quality, how to take care of your voice and all. Get some basic training. Now, you've already done that. Hallelujah. Good. Great. That's wonderful. What's next on the team? Talene talked about it earlier. Making sure you have good stage presence. That's not something that comes natural to everybody. So get you someone, even if it's just a short-term coaching situation, to where they can teach you about stage presence. I think Talene's session today was excellent. She might be the person that you need to get to help you with that. I can't count how many times we've said to people, do not jump off the stage, do not run through the audience. And then when we have to cut that out of the television show, they're mad. Well, I spent all my time, but you didn't follow instruction. You can, like she said today, you can still get your point across and be effective by staying on the stage and in the light. So we're going to go from, our good foundation in the Father, Son, and the Holy Ghost as the lead of our team. We're going to get us a good vocal coach. Then we're going to get us a good stage person that can help us with our stage presence. Where do we go from there? Well, what about the song? Wait a minute. It doesn't do good to have a good song if you don't do all of the steps. Okay? We're gonna get to the song. After you really have perfected some of those administrative things that we were just talking about, Sean just told us, find the best studio, the one that suits you. It doesn't matter if they are top notch with all this and all that and the other. If they got gangbangers in there or people that's smoking weed and all this kind of stuff, you are not going to be able to flow well in there. That ain't your portion, right? So take the time and find the right studio, the one that's going to have that good producer that understands how to pull out of you exactly what needs to be pulled out of you. That's why we talked about making sure you're teachable at the very top of this, because you don't go in the studio and tell the producer, that ain't the way I sing. You hired them to bring the best out of you. So be teachable. Now, if they're trying to tell you something you can't do or it's out of order, then that's a whole nother story. But be flexible and teachable when you have found that right studio and the producer. He talked a little bit about the mixing and mastering and all that process. It is key. Listen, a lot of the songs that we even allow to play on our radio station, we do that so you can hear yourself. Most of you wouldn't get airplay on a major radio network because you're not ready. But we play you because we want you to hear what you sound like over the airways. We want you to hear what your song sounds like next to somebody's song that's been produced in excellence and mixed and mastered properly. And then we want you to have that testimony next. So make sure that the studio that, like Sean broke it down, so I'm not going to go into all of that, but make sure you're in the right studio. That's the next step. Why? Because you want to have a good product. You done got your vocals together. You got your stage presence together. You done found your studio and all that stuff. You want your product that's coming out of this to be good, right? So that it can sell, that it can minister. It won't be a distraction or a pain to people's ears, right? Pastor T, you crazy. Why you saying that? Because it's the truth. I'm gonna tell you the truth now. I can't help it. That's the apostle in me. I'm gonna tell you the truth. Okay? I love you though. But listen, it's important to make sure your product is good. Amen. Where do I go? Okay, I done got all of that done, Pastor T. And the studio is they did a banging job on my song. It's beautiful. It's amazing. Okay, very good. I guess if I would ask most of you, you would say, well, my next step is to make sure I get on radio. No, because there's some other things that need to be in place before you can get on radio. Yeah, you got a great song, but you need a good album cover. So you need to have you a good graphics designer on your team once you get to that part, once you get to that level. And it might not be somebody that's with you forever, but I say if you find something that works, build a good rapport with that person. And even though they're not a part of your team that sits with you from day to day or a part of your day-to-day operations, they're a part of your team because whenever you need graphics done, that's your go-to person. That's your go-to company. Correct? So they're a part of your team in that aspect of it. So you done got the song done. You got your good photographer taking you some amazing pictures and good graphics artist. But I'm gonna tell you right now, a good graphics designer is gonna be mad if you don't have good photos. So don't skip that step, like Talene was saying earlier. Get you some good photo, and she showed you. She showed you how she did it herself. But you gotta take pride in what you're doing. You can't just half do it and then tell everybody, well, you just have to accept what I sent you. Okay, then you're going to be here, and the person that put a little extra effort into what they're doing is going to be over here, and then you'll be mad. Well, how they getting ahead and going forth because they're doing the necessary steps. Get you a great photographer or learn how to do it yourself. Good photos, not in your car with the seat belt and the sun glaring through. No, get you a good set of photos done so that your graphics designer can really put together some impressive designs for you so that you can promote this amazing song that your producer just did after you did all that vocal coaching and getting prepared, right? So after that, now we can kind of get into some of the administrative stuff. So I just heard some of you in the spirit. Oh yeah, now she gonna tell me how to get a booking agent so I can make some money. That's not what I'm getting ready to tell you. I'm getting ready to talk to you about PR and marketing and branding. Why? Because that's how that is one of the key foundations that you have to have in order to get to the money. People have to know the project exists. Uncle G tapped on it a little bit when he said, don't spend all your money doing everything and don't have nothing left for your marketing and your branding. People have to know that it exists, right? So you're going to need to have your branding specialist, somebody that really can do good social media with you, not in place of you, not for you, with you. Okay? There is no point in time that you should ever be in a posture of, I'm not doing nothing. I need everybody to do for me. I don't know how many of you remember back in the day when some of the main artists was getting in trouble. They was all in the news. They were broke. And we were like, what? How you top of the charts and all this and you broke? Well, when you heard the testimonies, it was because they let everybody do everything for them. They wasn't paying attention. They didn't have their hands in on it. They didn't know how to do it. And they looked up and was broke. Why? Because people were stealing from them, taking advantage of them, not paying the IRS and all that. That is not a posture you ever want to be in. If you want to have a successful performing arts career, then you need to be just as much about your business as you are about being on the stage. Okay. So when I say branding specialists, branding with you, I literally mean that. Yes, someone can help you with your social media. They may have more contacts and more resources and platforms than you do, but that doesn't mean that they're doing all of your social media and you're not doing any. Your followers, your base, their fans, they want to engage with you. They can tell when it's your robot or when it's your team and it's not you. So make sure that yes, you get you a good branding person once you get to this part of the equation, but understand that that branding component includes you. It's not for you. It includes you. Same with the PR and marketing specialists. They kind of work hand in hand. The goal and the key is to make sure they're creating that buzz and keeping that buzz out there. Ms. Carla talked about that a little bit, as well as Talene did as well. So we're reiterating some things you already heard, but I'm showing you the order that you should be concerned about it. It doesn't make any sense for you to have a great social media branding component and a great PR and marketing component, and your song is horrible. Your graphics are a mess. It You gotta go in order. I know it's hard, but you and God sat down at the beginning and said, "This is it. This is what you're gonna do, and where you're gonna go." You don't want the big record labels because they take all your rights to your songs and all your money. You want it to be independent. Independent means you take care of it all. You, God, and the Holy Ghost, right? And He will provide when you're ready. He ain't gonna step out of time. You might, but He's not gonna step out of time. So when you're ready, He will provide everything you need. Well, I've been doing this a long time. He ain't ready yet. No, you're not ready. He been ready, but He's not going to purposely let you wreck yourself like that unless you just get completely disobedient. Because we can do that. We can get completely disobedient and out of the will of God. That does happen. But if you are allowing Him to continue to guide you, He will not let you wreck yourself like that. Okay. So yes, there is a structure. Well, Uncle G was talking about radio service, and in there where we get played so we can get on the charts and we can get our money. Yeah, if you have done all of these other things first. Because you can get your radio service and done, but if there's nobody to market and put out your flyers and all this stuff when you're doing interviews and going to nobody knows what you're doing, you're just doing it. So all things are working together for the good in this structural order of your team that you're building when you're supposed to be building it, not because you want it, because you don't want to do any work. If I'm going to keep saying that until I get off of this live, if that is your bottom line, well, I'm tired, I just can't, I don't feel like it, I just need somebody to do it for me, that's out of order. Yep, she said it. That's that apostle thing again. It's out of order. It is not going to work. You're going to end up frustrated. So hear me clearly when I'm telling you. I mean you no harm. I mean you all the love. For real. I just want you to win, and I want you to win properly. So you got to do things in decency and order. So we got our branding and our marketing. Now we talked about Uncle G and that radio servicing, and he's ready because he got all the stations lined up, and the graphics and everything is looking good. The PR and marketing and branding people are in place. So when he say we go and interview on da 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 da, everybody's blowing it up and so forth and so on. And wow, yeah, all things are working together. You skip that, you skip all of the things that we talked about before and go straight to radio service, and it's gonna be a mess. He gonna be having to put out, or whoever the radio services person is, they have to be putting out a post with no graphics because you skipping a step. I ain't got no money to be paying for no graphics. Well, Talene told you to go on Canva and learn how to do it yourself. Just use the template. Don't be trying to, redo it if you're not a graphics design person, or hire you somebody to do that, right? So now the radio servicing is going good, and you're making some noise on radio, everything's looking good, you're feeling good, and so forth and so on. What's next? Who can I add to the team next? Well, how about let's get a good video done so that we can couple that video with this hot new song that has come out. You need to get you a good videographer, right? Or If you have a talented young person in your family that really knows how to use these iPhones, they have some amazing cameras on these iPhones. And with a few little pieces of equipment that you can get from Amazon, you could make a really nice video. But if you don't have the initiative to do that, hire you a videographer. Yes, they can be a little pricey, but Uncle G and Miss Carla told you earlier, you got to have a budget for the things that you're trying to do. A lot of times when we're talking to you guys, we hear you. You got big dreams and goals, and you got a vision that's out of this world. But the key component that you don't have in the vision is the budget. Some kind of way we done got in this posture of, well, I sing good, so that's all I need. Somebody gonna pay for everything else. No, it doesn't work that way. When we're putting on the Praise Factor Awards and we're out trying to get sponsorships or people to support us financially so that we don't have to lean or depend on, the participants so much to carry the load, they refuse to give any type of money to this. The first thing they say, well, who are the stars? And we go to talk about, oh, award winning so and so from here, and I ain't never heard of them. And they don't want to put their money behind anybody or anything that they don't feel is worthy. That's just the honest to God truth. You could be worthy, but they don't see that. They don't feel that. So they won't give to that. We have people that are constantly all year long seeking sponsorships and benefactors to assist with the cost of this platform so that you all can come and have a great time. They will not do it. They don't know you. They haven't heard of your brand. So we've got to fix that. When I say we, me and you, our team and you, and anybody else that can help you. But the key component in that equation is you. If every time it's time to do something, you like, well, I can't, I'm busy, I ain't got no money, I'm tired, I'm this, you got all of these excuses, then that's fine. But just know that that is the reason why it's not moving forward, right? So you got to have money, you got to have a budget, because right now the people with the money, they're not willing to put it on the table because they don't know you. And they say that to us. I am not just making up some terms here. They literally say to us, who are the stars? We ain't ever heard of them. No, we're not putting our money there. So that means to put the event on to help you raise the level of exposure and raise the level of people really be, instead of them saying you're not worthy, that they be like, oh my God. And I'm going to talk about that in just a minute, just a little bit. You want them to have that wow, oh my God factor, but we got to get them there. So how do we do that? We come together weekends like this. We put together great production. We put the best lighting, the best sound, the best shine on you that we can, because you done went through all of these other steps and got some stuff perfected and you ready to go. Some of you, most of you. There's some others that y'all need to come see us so we can talk to you about some things. Okay? But you done what you can. Now you need that next level help. You need a little bit more. Okay. So you got to put it in a package to where it looks like it's worthy of them putting their dollars on the table. But if you are in the posture, I ain't going all the way to Atlanta spending my money and all that, well then, okay, don't get mad when you look 40 years down the line and you still in that same posture. You can't get something from nothing. Let me say it like that. If you want to excel, you're going to have to put your heart and soul and your money into it. That's what independent means. Okay. So you done got you a good video done now because you done got the right mindset. I got to have content that I can put on TV and content that I can put on YouTube and all of these places so people can see that, yes, I am worthy of them putting their sponsorship dollars behind me. Now we can talk about management and booking and all of that fancy stuff. Because at this point, you've grown into that level. You've done dotted all the I's and crossed all the T's, and you got something that someone can manage. Because manager's job is not a babysitting job. A manager's job is not to do all of the work that you don't want to do. That's not what a manager's job is. As a matter of fact, a manager's job is to manage your contractual agreements. Truth of the matter. Their main focus is to make sure that your contracts are solid and to make sure you're not getting yourself into any trouble or something that's going to hinder you down the road. Make sure that everything is, copacetic, as they say, in that contract. That's their main role as a manager. It's not to make sure you get on the plane and all that kind of stuff, but y'all done kind of morphed it into, well, you my manager, you need to do everything for me. But that's not the role of a manager. That's why they get burnt out so quick, and that's why they pricing you so high behind the scenes, because you are asking them to do everything, and some of that stuff they're not even supposed to do, but they like what you got, they like your song, they like your personality, so they want to help, but it's gonna cost you. What do you mean the manager ain't supposed to do it? No, the manager is not the booking agent. That's why it's a booking agent. That's their job, to book you, not the managers. Pastor, you're not making no sense. Well, how about I'm gonna do? Who was it that told y'all to go to Google? Go look it up. Go and look up the real role of a manager, the real in the music industry, the real role of a booking agent, and so forth and so on. Now, again, over time we've kind of morphed them all in together, but again, that's why the pricing is so high. If you need a little extra help at this level, okay, now get you a manager that can help make sure your contracts are solid and so forth and so on. And you book yourself. You get the bookings and then give your manager the contract. Make sure you got it, the way you need it to be. You can still handle your booking and instead of somebody getting a percentage out of your booking, right? You getting it all. So managing and booking, all that comes way later. I really cringe when I hear an artist that, is up and coming and they say, well, talk to my manager. When Praise Factor first came out, we didn't allow artists to be on the platform that had managers because the managers would be in the way, right? So we relaxed that over time as we, got to know more about the artist and how to really conform to that needing a manager thing. So we required that, yes, you can put your manager information down, but if we don't have an email address or something directly to you, we're not fooling with that. Because it hurt and broke my heart to hear that someone missed a whole season of Praise Factor that they were wanting to be a part of because they never got the information. It just kind of went to their manager and got stuck. And the last person or the last piece to this whole team, I would say, because I hear people say, I need somebody to do this and do that and run errands, and that's called a personal assistant, right? You got to kind of be way up on the chain and really have arrived to where you need a personal assistant. Okay. A lot of times we look at a personal assistant as, okay, I don't want to pick up no dry cleaning. I don't want to go pick my kids up. I'm tired. I need a break. That's not, you're not ready for that yet. Maybe someday. I'm kind of old school with it. I kind of like to be kind of hands-on still with some of my stuff, not really relying for, everybody to do anything, everything for me. So I'm a little old school when it comes to that sort of stuff. But things like personal assistants and managers and booking it, if you're just starting out or if you are on ground zero with no monies to really sink into this, you don't need all of that. You're just going to have to work a little bit harder to get to where you're trying to go and to grow into where maybe someday you will need those things. But when you grow into the point to where you need those types of people on your team, then the budgetary needs will be there in order to pay them. Y'all need to quit telling everybody you need $100,000 worth of services and you only got $1. Okay? People are starting to look at y'all like y'all cray. Okay? Seriously though, if you're going to do all of this and you're trying to do it so that you are in order and that you're trying to be professional, then you're going to have a budget to do it. Some people are a lot less than most, but you're going to have a budget. Okay. So that's the structure of the team and why. Real quick, let's talk a little bit about this whole touring and travel thing. We just came off of a tour and it was amazing. I had a great time. The artists had a great time. It was very fulfilling spiritually. We learned a lot, but more than anything, the people learned a lot. They didn't know what to expect, so they were kind of like, you know. But once we arrived and God moved the way He moved, man, they were on the floors, calling out to God. It was a spiritual enlightenment for a lot of the places that we went to. But for us, it was just really I think spiritually healing. To it kind of let us all know, man, we are really doing what God has called and purposed us to do. It was awesome. But my question to most of you, because I'm hearing this more and more and more, I want to be on tour. I want to go on tour, or I'm on tour, and you like, really? Because I know what it takes to do a tour. So I'm like, what tour are you on? Okay. Um, First of all, are you saying you want to go out solo on a tour or with a group or with your team? Is this a group team effort or is this a solo effort? Because it makes a difference. Did God say for you to go on tour? Or is this you sending yourself on tour? Because that's a whole nother situation right there. You got to be clear on that. Because if God is sending you, then all things are well. Even if it don't feel well or look well, it's well. But if you sending you, yeah, you could find yourself in a pickle, um, broke, busted, and disgusted, and very frustrated. So it's very important to make sure that God is sending you on this what we're calling tour. You have to be prepared and flexible, like we talked earlier, because a lot of times, especially with you being independent and somewhat unknown, people are a little gun shy about even bringing or inviting their congregations to come out to see you. They're like, I don't know, I don't know if I want that kind of that person's spirit up front in front of my. So they don't know. They have to get to know you, right? Why why that is so important about I'm saying you being ready for this. You have to introduce the spirit of God into a lot of these situations that you might go into on the tour. And if you're not able to do that, we got a train wreck, right? So it's very important that you be ready for real, called and purposed by God and ready before you go on a tour. Flexibility, that word is something that it is just key. I can't even put a price tag on how important that word is, flexibility. Because you might walk into a situation, thought it was going to be one way and it'd be completely different. You thought you was going somewhere, it was going to be 1,000 people and it's 10. Or you thought you was going somewhere, it's going to be small and intimate and it's a whole park full of folks. So you have to be flexible and you have to be continuously listening to the voice of God to lead and guide and direct you before you even go on a tour. For real, seriously, because when you're out and you're touring and I just call it, evangelism with music. But when you're doing that, you're being introduced to all types of spirits and all types of situations and so forth and so on. And if you weren't called and purpose to do it, you're not prepared. And if you're not prepared, it can take you out. When we were out on the tour, when I tell you, we would get attacks from every which way. Seriously. Sometimes it would make you just want to lay down, be like, oh my God, I in Houston, I mean, yeah, the first set of the tour, I had a toothache that just jumped on me like a crab on your face. Hadn't had no problems with my teeth, nothing. It just, and as soon as we left Texas, it went away. It was just warfare. And if you talk to any of the others that was out on the tour with us, they will tell you some stories of how they got attacked, but they had to press through and go through. And I know a lot of times speaking to some of you in different situations, you don't have the wherewithal to fight like that. So I would say, that's why I say, make sure, that God said do that so that you are prepared and able and ready to fight the good fight as you go forth, because you're going to have to, for real. Understanding when and why to do tours key, and definitely budgeting. Cost effectiveness. One of the things that, and I thank God for the grace, because He has graced me with an anointing to really work a budget. I'm just going to term it that way. And I thank Him for that, because most of the time we're dealing with up and coming artists and indie artists that don't really have a lot. And I just told you, we don't have sponsors that can sponsor tours and platforms and so forth for you. So it has to be collectively a situation where we're all making it happen financially. And thank God for the gift. And I thank God for that every day, that He has given me that ability to really work a budget. So, we were able to collectively come together and really make that thing feasible as we traveled around the US to do that. But if you don't have the wherewithal to do that, it could cause a train wreck. You could be out somewhere and thinking you're gonna get a whole bunch of money from a concert or whatever, and it doesn't happen. Now you can't even get back home, or you can't even maneuver. So budgeting is key. And at the posture of being an independent artist, 9 times out of 10, the cost for a tour is going to have to come out of your pocket one way or another. You got to pay your own flight or your own this or whatever. And I'm not saying that just because you're indie artist that you can't get on a tour, that it's, all things are paid for. It just doesn't happen often. 90% of you are not going to get that, because that's just the whole independent name gets in the way of that. So you got to have that right mindset and be flexible. Touring is wonderful, if and when it's done right, and if and when God said go. That's the key element. So I'm not telling you not to do it, but you got to be prepared. You got to have a budget and finances in place to do it, and you have to be reasonable. Have reasonable expectations. Seriously. You can't say, okay, well, I'm going on tour. I need y'all to make it happen. I need to get X amount of money every time we go, or it's going to be a problem. You don't have it like that yet. I'm not saying you won't get there, but you don't have it like that yet. Okay? So have reasonable expectations. I love the people that we went out on tour with. They were amazing, up and down, front and back, in and out. Nobody was competing with each other. They were all getting along. If somebody didn't feel well, it was like everybody was the mama bear. It was beautiful to watch them really come into a space where you could see God moving while they were out touring. It was a great thing to witness and to be a part of. Now, I've been on some tours and been a part of some touring that was just the opposite. People competing with each other, undercutting each other, fighting in the back rooms and all of that, being prima donnas and all that and all that. That ain't what you want. So that's why it's clear. It's good to hear clearly from God before you even ask Him to send you on a tour. Really get before Him and get clarity about that before you even start asking, because you will get what you ask for. But if you're not ready, it could cause you a lot of grief. So the key is to be ready, and to really have reasonable expectations. Okay, I have jabberjawed enough, you guys. I don't know. Let me see. I'm looking to see if there's questions. Okay, looks like there's just a lot of comments, and that's fine. Because we chat all the time. Y'all are always in my inboxes and always in my feeds and all that. So it's okay, no questions on the live. If you do have questions, y'all know how to find me, because like I just said, we're always chatting and we're always talking and empowering one another, so we can still continue to do that. I want you to, when I said reasonable expectations, I want you to carry that term with you in everything that you do going forward, whether it be going to an award show, whether it be being on a showcase, a church service, an anniversary, a tour, or whatever it is. Please have reasonable expectations. I know people done pumped our heads up and that we all that in a bag of chips and that we are worthy of our hire, and but just don't get to the point to where your reputation that's preceding you is one of, you don't want to work with him, you don't want to work with her. They a miss. That, you don't want that to be your portion. So have reasonable expectations. Make sure you're consulting God about everything, including what you should ask for as far as pricing is concerned, fees that you want to be, I should say, amounts that you want to be compensated for when you go. Make sure God is the one that tells you how much you should ask for. And by all means, be flexible. All right. Listen, I'm getting ready to go so that I can meet everybody over at the meet and greet. For those of you that are coming, I can't wait to see you. For those of you that can't make it tonight, we'll see you tomorrow or Saturday. Got some great things that's in store for you. I'm excited because each year we try to progress Praise Factor and give you just a little bit more, a little bit more, a little bit more. So we got some great things in store for you this weekend that I think is going to bless you down to your soul. And we're excited to be able to present this platform again to you this year and to be able to encourage you to keep going. For those of you that are going to get an actual trophy, God bless you. That's amazing. All of you take advantage of the networking and the exposure that you're going to get from being here this weekend. And if you do that, nobody will leave here feeling like they've been uh, looked over or slighted in any kind of way, because it is something here for everybody to glean from and to gain from. If you look at it from the posture of God has me here for a reason, I am going to have a teachable spirit. I'm going to be in the posture of learning. I'm going to be a sponge. I'm going to take it all in. I am going to enjoy the presence of the Lord in Atlanta during season 17 of the Praise Factor Awards. Amen. So listen, questions and whatever, go to praisefactorawards.com, click on that menu tab, season 17. God loves you, and so do I. And I look forward to a great celebration weekend with each and every one of you. God bless.